We scheduled this for today and at this time so that we weren't going to be conflicting with any other meetings that would be happening in this room tonight. So we can go as long as people would like to go tonight. And we'll see what happens. A couple things. Again, want to thank everybody for being here. We are allowing public comment. During our conversation, we will be having conversations up here and probably talking with the folks from St. Croix EMS and from Lakeview. But any comments, once again, if you would limit those comments to the matters at hand, which are the two proposals that we have, that would be very helpful. And we'll have to limit the time because there might be a lot of people that want to speak tonight. So I would say this once again, keep it about the proposals, the two proposals. We do know this, that both services save lives. That's what they do. That's their job. By definition, the EMS folks save lives. So we know that. We probably don't need to hear that if you people are here to testify about how they saved your lives. It's not exactly germane to what we're talking about tonight. In fact, I had requested once again that Lakeview not bring anybody in. I didn't have that same conversation with Josh, but I think that probably everybody remembers from the last meeting what the ground rules were. So I appreciate that. And as testimony and discussion goes on, if there's something that you feel is pertinent to our conversation, please feel free to raise your hand. We'll invite you to come up and identify yourself and your address, and then make your comment. We would like to keep this to having people that would like to comment to just people that are from the service area. So that would be the City of Hudson, Town of Troy, Village of North Hudson. Okay? So, where would you like to start?
If I may, I'd like to kind of start where we started the last committee meeting and kind of giving a little background about why we find ourselves where we're at, if that would be okay with everybody.
Sure.
Kind of the same facts that I went over. So in 2016, Hudson Hospital offered the EMS Commission, which included our partners, the Village of North Hudson, Town of Hudson, and Town of Troy, to potentially provide Hudson with ambulance services. The EMS Commission then made the recommendation to City Council to enter into that negotiation. Hudson City Council accepted this recommendation by the EMS Commission and entered into contract negotiations. Early to mid-2017, because this process was a contract negotiation with the city, many sessions were conducted in closed session. During negotiations, Hudson Hospital service delivery changed to Lakeview delivering the service. The contract was published and a public hearing about that contract occurred. The first motion made by then Councilperson McCormick was to fund a study by a third party. That motion neither received a second nor a vote. The council then voted to stop negotiations with Lakeview and instead to look for alternatives to financial sustainability. Late 2017 to mid 2018, an ad hoc committee was formed comprised of Councilperson Hall and Councilperson Weber and various people from the community. And that ad hoc committee did a lot of work. They were tasked with finding a solution to make St. Croix EMS sustainable financially while offering top-notch EMS care for the City of Hudson and their partners, Village of North Hudson, Town of Hudson, and a portion of Town of Troy. So various delivery models, other systems, including Lakes Regions, Baldwin, and other regional communities' EMS services, and funding sources were researched and discussed. That ad hoc committee then made the recommendation for a study by a third party. Now, at the same time, I was appointed as councilperson as part of the EMS Commission. So I took that recommendation to EMS Commission in a meeting where the other members of the EMS Commission, our partners, believed in doing the study ideologically, but did not want to fund it from the EMS Commission. I then took that idea of doing a study to the council to see if we could fund it as a city, and do a study by a third party again. That vote received a 6-0 vote, unanimous, that we would do a study. So the mission of the study, again, was to look at various EMS models for the city of Hudson and to recommend quality delivery service options that would be financially sustainable. That study was abandoned due to several swift changes taking place. Our then EMS director resigned. The replacement interim director was terminated from city employment shortly thereafter. And at the same time, the town of Hudson announced in an EMS commission meeting that they were contracting with Lakeview starting January 1st, 2019. Village of North Hudson and Town of Troy did not renew their 5-year rolling EMS contract at that time. So the choice that I brought forth to the council was to either hire an EMS director from outside the service, which I saw at that time and still believe at this time that it would take a year or more for that person to come in and to evaluate everything. Or to request proposals to do this RFP process that we're currently in. From outside entities to contract in whole or in part EMS services in Hudson. So I approached the city council with that option. City council in a 4-2 vote voted for the RFP process that we're in currently. So the RFP process, a new ad hoc committee was formed to review proposals and interview the organizations that put in a proposal. So that's all the members of the Hudson City Council, the mayor of Hudson, and a representative of the remaining communities under EMS contract, both Village of North Hudson with Stan and the town of Hudson. The city received 4 proposals.
Town of Troy.
What's that?
Town of Troy.
Town of Troy. Did I say town of Hudson? I'm sorry, town of Troy. Thank you. City received 4 proposals: Lakes Regions, North Memorial, Lakeview, and St. Croix EMS. The St. Croix EMS proposal outlined how to change the current model to achieve sustainability while still delivering top-notch care. Lakes Regions was dismissed in the second meeting after the interview unanimously by the committee after the announcement by Lakeview that they would now do interfacility transfers out of Hudson hospitals, which was made in the first interview. Interfacility transfers was integral to the Lakes Regions proposal, and so that's why this committee dismissed that proposal. North Memorial's proposal was dismissed unanimously by the committee due to the high cost of service for our service area. So our present choice and where we are at now is council is deliberating between 2 services: St. Croix EMS, which is a municipal-based owned and operated system, and Lakeview, which is a hospital-based owned and operated system. St. Croix EMS is a municipally owned department of the city and operates as an enterprise fund within the city. An enterprise fund is a way to account for a government's activities which are similar to private business enterprises. Revenue is made by the service, basically, and the city looks to pay for the operations of the service through that income. St. Croix EMS is financially supported through a mix of taxpayer dollars and income made from end-user charges. And St. Croix EMS delivery model is one that is staffed by a mix of paramedics and EMTs. Lakeview is an EMS service that is a department within Lakeview Hospital. Lakeview Hospital is a 501c3 nonprofit. Lakeview's delivery model is one that is staffed 100% by paramedics. And beyond that, I don't want to go into all the details because then that would be just representing the proposals that we have. So, did I miss anything or misstate anything? No? Okay.
I've been on the committee, you did a real good job. Facts, I mean, that's what we want to deal in, is facts and data.
Right.
So, no, you did very, very accurate.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so Anybody else? I think where we left off was that we had a proposal that came to us from St. Croix EMS, and we were kind of looking at that, trying to dig into that. We've had a little bit more time to digest it, and so why don't we start there? Jerry, do you want to? Did somebody show you how to do that, or are you just that familiar with it now that you knew how to do it? So.
I'm learning. Quick study. Actually, I brought my own little adapter. I didn't have to use somebody else's laptop, so I'm on familiar territory. Since we talked quite a bit about last time, I'd like to spend most of our time just answering questions that you might have. But the net of it, well, I guess I didn't do such a good job. What did I do? Yeah.
We're getting help, Jerry.
We're still not, let's see here. See if I can get the display to show. Oh, the bad news is it's the only one I can see, so I hope I can read it. So what we recommended last time, oh, this is not going to work. Do you have the handout from last time?
Yeah,
Then we don't need the screen.
yeah, we
All right, so in summary, what we recommended is to staff the first vehicle for 24 hours a day, staff the second vehicle for 12 hours a day, and there is actually a third vehicle that would be what I called an on-call or call-in staffing. We budgeted for the contract services at about 75% of the 2018 actual expenses, and the supplies and expenses were budgeted about 30% less than the actual 2018 expenses, assuming about 25% less, or assuming about 30% less number of calls. We adjusted the insurance and private pay rates in option F to 15% in 2019 and then an additional 8% annually from 2020 to 2023. So that's the biggest part. The previous worksheets showed a 28% increase in personal services from 2018 to 2019. That sparked a long discussion about whether it was fully staffed in 2016, 17, and 18. It never has been fully staffed for 48 hours, sometimes because of inability to find somebody, but usually it's by adjusting for peak times, and Josh could address that more than I could. What I was trying to do was compare apples to apples. I think if we looked at the performance in 2016, 17, and 18 at whatever staffing level, I believe that was acceptable, and I feel it's fairly strong. And in the last meeting, we talked about response times, and I have a short report that I'd like to kind of show you what the trend was in 2018 month by month. So I'll show you that. That'll be something additional. We also did add a 3% increase in the personal services expenses for13% and additional health care costs. But then we also reduced it from the 2018 numbers by 13.75%, assuming that we have less demand for services without the town of Hudson. That's pretty much the heart of it. I have a few more things, but are there any questions about that? All right.
So, Jerry, I do have some questions. Help me with the contractor services that were budgeted at 75%.
Yes.
I don't know exactly what all contractual services we have, but I'm sure that there are some that can't be reduced at all.
Josh? The contractor services are, if I understand correctly, are people providing medical services under contract as opposed to W-2, is that, am I correct?
I believe so. I'm not sure what's all
Yeah.
compiled under the Devon can.
So, well, that's a good question, we'll clarify.
Contractual services include things such as computer, software maintenance, building services, things that we're under contract for. They would include utilities, that's considered contractual, so water, sewer, electric, gas, those type of things. I mean, there's some other things in there, but those are the big ones that would be in that category. Supplies and expenses would be medical supplies, office supplies, you know, the more durable things that, maybe durable is not a right word, but things you would go through more often, the actual items.
So the first things that you mentioned, Devin, under contract, none of those, to me, sounded as though they could be reduced by anything.
Yeah, I'm not, you know, those numbers are the 25% reduction.
I mean, utilities and what all?
You know, potentially billing, are they billed by
By volume.
by volume? Is that how the billing services work, or?
For EMS for our calls, we go per call.
No, but I meant as far as what we're charged by EMS billing.
Do we have an annual contract with our billing service? Is it just a flat annual contract fee, or are we?
It's by what they collect or what they bring in for revenue.
So it's
certain
revenue-based, not call-based, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, so that could be reduced, but the other things that you had mentioned?
Well, the other thing too, and I talked to both of them, is, you know, when I was thinking about it, whether the fact that we're gonna have one less ambulance 12 hours a day, would that impact the call volume for the year? You know, would that reduce the amount of revenue because we'll have 12 hours a day that we aren't, in theory? You know, and I talked to Josh about it, and he's accurate in saying we don't know what those numbers are gonna be from year to year. But if the call volume isn't being reduced, then the contractual, some of the services wouldn't necessarily be reduced then either. If we're gonna have the same number of calls, would we have less supplies being used? Would we have less charges for services?
Okay,
So that was the question that and I talked about it with Josh.
do we have an answer to that?
I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, I don't know if we'll do less calls or not. It
Well,
depends
no,
on.
I get that, but I mean, if you're predicting that you're gonna reduce costs by 25%, that would have to be based upon some type of, I mean, you're saying the same amount of revenue is gonna come in, the same amount of calls are gonna go out, it's still gonna cost money. If the calls remain the same, we've got billing, for example, is not gonna go down 25%.
Correct.
Our medical expenses, re-equipping the ambulances isn't gonna go down. So, I mean, are we reflecting that at all in your numbers here?
There's a lot of ways to save money.
I get that, Josh,
Well,
but,
What are you looking for then? I don't have a crystal ball. I can't look into the future and see how stuff's gonna play out. I don't know.
but your
Yeah,
projection is to reduce costs by 25%, but you're not reducing the runs that essentially are creating the cost.
Correct.
So I don't know how you do that. So,
This is a good discussion. We have dramatically reduced the number of runs in this revenue projection. And with that reduction in revenue, the idea is, you know, could we reduce the amount of hours that we are staffed and still provide the same level of service? You know, we still have the same amount of staffing per call if you were to average it out, and that's what we did. In the contract services, I was just confirming that. In the contractual services, you know, we budgeted that we would find 25% worth of cost savings from there. A lot of it would be from the reduction in workload. We kept the fixed charges, which is, you know, liability insurance and that sort of stuff, which we're projecting that would be the same. We're not convinced that would necessarily be the same with lower level of risk, with fewer patients being carried. So we believe that by reducing the personal services by that 13.75%, the contractual services by 25%, and keeping the fixed charges at the same, we feel like we could manage that budget very, very closely. So that's the plan.
All right, so I thought, you guys correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought we were led to believe that, I thought the statement was that the runs are not going to be decreased, that we're basing this on the same number of
No,
runs. They are gonna
not
be
even
decreased.
close to the same number of runs.
So what is the number then?
We've gone from 1,420 to, I think I have it here.
Well, 1142.
Yeah.
But the 1,420, there's two different things going on here. The 1,420 to 1142 is accounting for the town of Hudson, I believe.
Yes.
And the transfers.
Yes.
This, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that there'll be one less ambulance 12 hours a day. Is that going to reduce the number of, additionally reduce the number
Yeah,
of calls?
yeah, right.
That was my question.
Right.
Beyond, we've already accounted for the fact that we're going to not have the town of Hudson and not have the transfers.
So we're going down from 2 ambulances to 1.5 ambulances, and you're saying that the run volume, by taking out town of Hudson, is going to be the same as it is right now.
Same as it is for the city of Hudson.
Right, and
Yes.
North Hudson and
Right,
Troy.
Right.
Right. The 1142 that we've been using as the number is the town of Troy, the village of North Hudson, and the city of Hudson.
Yeah.
And that's what the revenues are based on. But again, the question is whether that number would be reduced by having an ambulance on 12 hours less a day. And I don't have that answer.
This supports what Josh is saying. We don't really know for sure. At the time we did this, and in January, actually, the number was higher than the run rate of 1142 divided by 12. But 1 month is not statistically significant, and I didn't really look at January's. I think I'm sure they're still available too, but still even January and February. But we were above. We had a higher number of calls than what we had projected, in this particular budget. We think that difference is actually de minimis, and the reason is that when we reduce the staffing, we're not intending to reduce the staffing at the high volume. We're intending to reduce the staffing, where we have a relatively low call, and that, in our opinion, has a lot more to do with just the quality and ability to respond than really our cost structure. What I really want to focus on is that as we present this is really a financial outlook or a report on what would happen if you staffed at this level. Of course, you're always free to staff at whatever level you'd like, but that would take more revenue. And we think as we look at Regions or Lakeview or any other ambulance services, I'm sure they're looking at something very, very similar. It's in everybody's best interest to staff at a level not efficiently, but not so inefficient, that you really wouldn't be able to afford it. So, does that answer your question clearly, or?
Enough to proceed, I guess, except for I think that at some point, we'll need to look at those numbers again, because as Devin had pointed out, we do have contractual services that apparently you're reducing by 25% that are billed,
Right.
what they're billed, and there will be no reduction. Software, I don't see a reduction in the cost of software. I don't see a reduction in the cost of utilities and things like that by 25%, just because we're reducing our ambulance service by 25%.
Well, we could take a look at that. I apologize. It was my understanding when I was given the contractual services, this is new information, that was primarily the people who were 1099 versus W-2. So I think I need to go back and really understand, are there any 1099s in here or not? If not, you're right, and I would be happy to go back and adjust that. What I'd like to suggest is that amount of money is 25% of about $180,000. So in the whole scope of things, this is very, very important. And it would adjust. Maybe the increase rate would not be 8% or 9% if there's something like that.
Right.
But it's a relatively small number.
it.
But I think what Josh and I, and many of our discussions, I think somebody brought it up, in the last meeting, our whole real proposal is really about continuous improvement. Can we actually run St. Croix EMS off of a budget and really understand when something goes wrong? Can we fix it in a sort of what we call a root cause way, as opposed to, well, how did this happen? Of course, we want to know how it happened, but is there a root cause of something that happened?
Okay.
The good news is that we actually, they have, a good 20-year record, and when I looked at the last 3 years, real wonderful track record of good response times that we feel are very, very competitive and above average or below average in time. So, does that help? So we're talking about contractor service. Any other parts of that you had a question about?
No, just I think for going forward, I'd like to know, Josh, we're at 3 full-times right now, full-time paramedics?
Correct.
How many casuals? Ballpark, I mean, it's
Probably 7.
7? 7, 8, okay. For your proposal, what's full staffing for you? 3 paramedics still, or do you want to get higher than that?
3 or 4.
3 or 4? Not defined in the proposal yet?
It has not been, no.
Okay. Same thing with casuals, keep them about the same?
About the same, yeah.
Okay.
Can I interject?
Sure.
Mr. Mayor? May I ask fellow committee members just a question here at this point? I guess I just want to ask others, I mean, do you guys feel comfortable having 12 hours of every day throughout the year, only having 1 ambulance on staff?
No.
Same here.
Because that's my concern.
Same here. And Friday and Saturday evenings, they need to be staffed through till at least an hour past bar time, is what I would suggest.
And these numbers don't even suggest a busy summertime. When you're always downtown on the water or something happening out there.
The 1.5 would make me very nervous too, Bill.
What?
The 1.5 ambulances makes me nervous for coverage, because you have to consider we're a growing city, right? So
And that's sort of my point. It's like you take away an ambulance for 12 hours, we grow up to, I mean, it's hard to then
right.
go back up, right?
That's not what I heard. I heard that when we have the run volumes, we'll be able to afford the 2 ambulances, and we will be responsive on a more, weekly or for sure monthly, as they determine the next probably schedule, you would respond appropriately to the current history and what's going on in our current situation. So it's not, what I heard last time was that we're not going to say we're going to have 1.5 and that's going to be the choice for the rest of the year. What I heard was we're going to look at the numbers and say, does 1.5 work? And then go up from there based on call volumes. Because we're going to be continuously improving. So we base our current schedule on the activities and the holidays and the needs and the weekends, and whether it's a weekend or not, that it's not, that it's more flexible than saying there's 12 hours, 7 days a week that aren't going to be staffed, or that are only going to have 1 ambulance.
I'm not sure I necessarily agree with you, because we're not staffing a restaurant. We are staffing. I don't want it to be flexible. I want to know that it's staffed 24/7. No way. Call it off, or you're always constantly trying to fill shifts. We should not have that issue. If we can't do it, then we have to find something or some service that can.
I would suggest here, my concern, even more so to the 1.5, is we are 2 currently, 2 staffed ambulances currently, and we've been having staffing issues. I know that Josh, you're doing a great job.
Do what you can.
If we set the precedence that, Hudson, the city of Hudson, and to the partners, that we have 1.5 ambulances, then we're staffing to the 1.5 ambulances. Are we then going to have trouble staffing the 1.5? You see what I'm saying? Because you're saying now 2, but we're not quite at 2 at times. Now we're saying 1.5, so are we not going to be 1.5 all the time? And I know you can't answer. I mean, it's a rhetorical question.
A lot of it comes down to, that we're experiencing now is stability. I mean, people aren't going to dedicate the amount of time that they used to here because they don't know if they're going to have a job.
Right.
They've taken jobs at other places, they've moved on, they've, taken, and they've reduced their hours here. I mean, shows stability and the staffing will come back.
You know,
I think we're, I'd like to speak to that staffing thing that we had a report to come out of how many times we had 2 ambulances staffed or 1 ambulance staffed. 95% of the time during the day, we had 2 ambulances. 89% of the time during the night, we had 2 ambulances. That's, considering the situation we're in, that's, from first of the year, that's pretty darn good.
that's for this year?
Yeah, that's the first 3 months of this year, so I'm impressed that we're, given all the bad stuff we hear and the one time when we didn't have and there was recordings made and all kinds of things went on, we're doing pretty well. And if we were in a more stable situation, with more certainty about where we were going, I think we would see a significant improvement in that. I have to agree with Josh on that. This is not a situation where people who are not permanently employed or even part-time employed going to hang around.
Well, all right, so those are good numbers, that's impressive. Josh, you have just recently made the statement that we've been having staffing issues for 10 years. We know that we were having staffing issues before this issue ever began. We knew that. We knew our staffing levels were down. This isn't anything new because of what the discussion that we're having now. This is something that's been ongoing. And to be fair, it's not just here, we know that. We know it's universal. It's in other communities, it's throughout the country. Staffing is a problem. So I don't, while I'm sure that everything that's transpiring right now is not lending itself to great recruitment, but at the same time, we know that we've had serious staffing problems here for some time. And that was brought out over the course of the discussions for the AdHoc committee. We were hearing that frequently. And there were a number of comments that were being made for the past 2 or 3 years here that kept saying, well, 6 months from now when we're fully staffed, 1 year from now when we're fully staffed, 2 years from now when we're fully staffed. We have been saying that now for some time. So we know that staffing, in fact, is an issue. It's been an ongoing issue. And it's not just because of what's happening right now. And I think that that's something that we need to come to grips with here as well. We have had serious staffing issues to the extent that we went down from 2 ambulances to 1.5. And you've also said, Josh, that you have not made a great effort to try to staff at night because you didn't think the need was as strong at night. And so your main focus was getting staff during the day, during the peak times.
Correct.
Okay? We're supposed to be staffed, we're budgeted for 2 ambulances right now.
Right.
We're supposed to be staffed at 2. Our partners right now are paying for 2 ambulances.
Okay.
I don't know exactly what the contract reads, if we guaranteed 2 ambulances or not, but.
Contract doesn't state anything like that.
Contract doesn't, the budget did.
But the budget does, that's right. And we budgeted for 2 ambulances, and we're charging our partners for 2 ambulances. So, I mean.
Charging your partners for ambulance service, you're not charging them for 2 ambulances.
Okay, I think that's fair, but I think they also believe that they were paying for 2 ambulances.
Okay. I believe you're the one that initially brought up that you wanted to cut a truck down to a 1.5 trucks or maybe even 1 truck during non-peak hours.
I had suggested last summer that in order to make this thing work, that maybe we could do that, but that was only, as you recall, if we let our other partners out of the agreement.
This is a good discussion about it. In my opinion, from the outside looking in, I think we're at an equivalent state. 2 ambulances, including the demand from town of Hudson, or 1.5 ambulances, not including the demand from Hudson. It appears to me that for the residents of the city of Hudson and the partners that remain would be equivalent. Would that make sense?
Repeat that, please, Jim.
We have as many man-hours per resident, many person-hours per resident without the demand from town of Hudson. In other words, if we continue to staff at 2 ambulances and fully staffed, the budget that Devin and Brenda put together shows, a huge shortfall. but the demand went down. So as Josh was talking about, when I talk about equivalent, we still have just as many opportunities to pick up a patient in need with a 1 3/4 ambulance as we had with 2 when we're not busy calling on town of Hudson demand. So we feel that's why we did it this way, was really trying to address that something changed. Our demand went down. If our demand went down and we kept the man hours and the number of vehicles the same, we've actually increased the amount of services that we had available to the City of Hudson residents as well as its partners. So that's what our thinking was. Even so, what we're talking about, it's really your decision. We're not trying to convince you to go to 1.5 or 2. We're just trying to show the financial impact if you had 1.5 ambulances staffed versus 2, and then you always can make that choice. I think from my perspective, if SCMS staffs at 1.5 ambulances and Lakeview staffs at 1 in the town of Hudson, what the residents and the communities had before was only 2 vehicles, partially staffed, versus now 2.5. So I don't think we're going backwards if we do staff at 1.5. I think we're actually going the other direction if we continue staffing at 2 when there's another ambulance. In fact, if it's not my role, but from the outside, looking in, I would strongly recommend just a better choice would be to make sure that SCMS has a strong relationship to hand with Hudson Hospital and Lakeview as they possibly can. So it's almost like one organization, which in my heart, I believe actually is as we speak today. All the mutual aids, I think everybody's truly paying attention to call-ins. You mentioned Mayor something, there was some $100,000 technology that actually might strengthen that relationship. Well, I think if that was really valuable, that would be valuable with a joint venture between SCS or St. Croix EMS and Lakeview as it would be if it was only Lakeview. So I think those are the choices that the City Council can really make. But again, I'm not necessarily saying we're recommending that 1 3/4 trucks is really the right number. That's between you and Josh and their team. I think the part that I really feel that I think where I add some value is really the idea that can we actually really pay attention to continuous improvement. It's not a buzzword. It simply means how are the numbers running. The numbers themselves are not important. It's really the trend. Are your response times going down or are they really going up? There's really not a lot of art to say the magic number is 3 minutes or 8 minutes. We know 20 minutes is bad, but still there's a lot of literature that really talks about response time. And really the issue really is what are the partnerships between the entire community, including the hospital systems, other ambulance services, how cardiologists work with paramedics. There's a lot more to it than just the response time. However, if response times are going down, that would be a real good indication that your staffing, if it's also going down, is not going in the right direction. We have not seen that.
So kind of an overall question or comment, and I really respect the scrappiness of the proposal. I respect that St. Croix EMS has, had basically like 4 different options and has continually tried. But I have reservations about some of the numbers on the new proposal.
Okay.
And it's more of a big picture question. So during the process, we took proposals from North Memorial, and they did not have transfers even figured into their equation, and they did not have 2 fully staffed ambulances, and they were asking us for a subsidy of $620,000. Lakes Region, the day we were here, that they learned about the transfers were going to be taken by Lakeview, Lakes Region turned around and said, there's no way we can afford to do it, right? New Richmond Association. So they were at one point the long-term kind of hope for St. Croix EMS. And when they realized the transfers weren't available, Matt Melby was here and he just said, I worked the numbers and it's just, he didn't even give us a number because he just said it was unworkable. So I guess the big picture question I have is if those 3 organizations can't make these numbers work, how can we as a city make these numbers work?
It's a good question. I don't know what their evaluation is.
Right.
It did not appear that we could make it work without a large increase in the private pay and insurance pay at 2 trucks staffed 100%, which is what the budget was. And that's how we looked at it from day one, from response to the RFP all the way through literally option E and F. The only real breakthrough is, does it make sense to staff at 2 trucks at 100%? My gut level, I don't know what they were looking at. If they were looking at staffing 2 trucks without interfacility transfers, I don't think I can make it work at 80% too. A big 80% increase, and I don't think there's a whole lot of heart for that. But without interfacility transfers, the right answer is that staff it to the demand, and that's really the heart of what we've suggested in options E and F, is to staff it to the demand. I also want to kind of point out, we try to show some flexibility, and it was brought up just a little bit earlier. The whole idea is to really take a look at what is our revenue and what are our expenses on a monthly and a quarterly basis, and then make adjustments. What I really proposed at option F was an 8% increase. If by chance we got no interfacility transfers, which I think is not fair to the community. I mean, the community is going to Hudson Hospital, and you have a service. But even assuming now that, if most of my assumptions really did not come about, the maximum increase would be a 15% increase in the rate. Still not what we'd like, but the goal is that do we believe in the leadership of the SCMS team, as well as perhaps a consultant or somebody, or even your own, the director's help. Do you really believe in the value of continuous improvement? Can you really take a look at what are your processes today? The good news is they already have a book this thick of their processes. And when we talk about continuous improvement, we're not talking about a consultant that comes in and tells them what they're doing wrong. It's really about giving a paramedic or an EMT a red pen and say, see this process, how do you think it should be? So now you can review it. I mean, the team can review it, and anything major you can bring back to the city council. That is what I do for a living. Most of my revenue for my life is actually just taking existing processes and trying to find who in that team would have enough nerve to take a red pen and say, we get in the truck on the left side, we should get in on the right. We should be taking right turns. I mean, I'm just being silly, but the idea is that there's thousands and thousands of things, how they buy supplies, how they stock. Instead of having a big book dictating everything. However, and then the second part of that is when something goes wrong, that's most important. Then you take that red pen and say, yeah, we really should be changing the protocols of how we do an all-call. We should change the protocols of how we do something else. So I think that what we're proposing is a strong, strong belief that we can provide great services at this personal services level that we have forecasted, which is 13.75% reduction from 2018 numbers, 25% reduction in the contractual services. Those are the significant amounts in the budget. We really believe we can actually hit those numbers.
Who would you suggest would make those decisions? Somebody around here?
No.
Or within the department? Because
within the department.
We as elected officials who have no information, like an educated person who runs a department, needs to have that ability to do that. And it should have never been this far as we've gotten, and no fault of yours because you weren't there. It should have been red penned a long time ago.
Well, I certainly think so. And then just without having been there, from what I've seen, there's been a whole lot of red penning going on up until this point. Where the real significant amount of red penning that has to happen going forward is how would you run your operation now if you're not going to be driving to North Hudson? How are you? What are you going to do? Could you do something that would closely line you with a mutual aid, specifically Lakeview or any of the other people? Is there some other different ways? Much like what the mayor has suggested, I don't know if it's a good idea. Is there $100,000 you could spend on some software or something that would
Wait a minute. Of course it's a good idea.
Well, I think it is, yeah. But I don't know. But my argument is that we now need to redline a lot more. Up to now, I believe almost all of the redlining that was probably going on had a lot more to do with quality of care, without necessarily trying to figure out how to save $100 here, $1,000 there. But you have lost a lot of revenue without interfacility transfers. And normally in organizations, when we lose a customer, 20% of your revenue, you do something. You either address the bottom line, which is the cost, but the real question is, can we do something without really affecting care? Is there some efficiencies that we can make a difference of? Is there a different way we can buy supplies? Is there, has there been any bids gone out for,
Well, I
for
think you
for
answered
bids?
a question there.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Go ahead, no, go.
You answered your own question there. We all said we want 2 ambulances, and you've given us a proposal that says 1.5.
Yeah,
So this doesn't work.
okay. Yeah, if you want 2 ambulances, that's up to you.
You
I mean,
answered another question.
Yeah, yeah.
At 15% increase, Jerry, have you guys done a spreadsheet on the end user costs for at increases per run?
Compared to competitors?
No, compared to our cost today. Do we have that?
Oh, yes. What it's going to show you, if you still have the document, the first page.
I want to make sure,
Yeah.
this document?
With, it has colorful, yeah, it has the brown boxes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, what I have, we look at the left side, it says if we adjust the insurance and private pay by 15% from 2019 to 2023, or the option F is if we adjust the insurance and private rates by 50% in 2019 and 8%. So those are the two options. So all we have to do is go back and look at the spreadsheet where you saw the contract services. Okay, I go to the bottom of that list and I have a little red line that looks like a little couple curlicues around those two numbers at the bottom.
I'm sorry, oh, yeah?
All right, so option E, your cash at the end of the year, that's really what we're driving towards. So we're maintaining the cash at the end of the year with option E with a 15% annual increase. With option F, if we have no other brilliant red-lined ideas, with an 8% increase, our cash position would drop down to $234,000 at the end of 5 years.
All right, so what I'm asking though is, do we have a spreadsheet on the total cost per patient for the different runs with the increase?
Yes, we do. Then all this data comes from, wish I could, yes. I have a tab for 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023 that uses that tells you what that rate is. Let me tell you what that rate would be in 2020. Is that what you're asking?
Sure.
All right. So in 2020, excuse me, 2020. Yeah, in 2020, the private pay rate for BLSR would be $1,416 compared to the current year of $1,231. Does that help? Is that what you're looking for as a comparison?
That's what I'm looking for,
Yeah,
but I'm not.
1416 up from 1231.
And that is where, I'm sorry, I'm missing that.
Well, you won't see it. That's all the data behind those spreadsheets. I can send every one of these every one of these.
So that's what I would like. I'd like
Yep.
to, if we could get that tonight, so we know what we're talking about.
Yeah, I can.
You know, the BLS run, ALS 1,
Yep.
ALS 2.
Yeah.
If we
But
could do
bottom
that,
line,
so
bottom
that
line,
we
what
have
it
some
really is.
comparison.
Yeah, really. But bottom line, what all I did is I took the Brendan Devon's budget for 2019 and increased it by, that is 15%, so that's
Okay.
their numbers. Then in the next following years, I just took whatever that number is, if it was 1231, multiplied times 1.08.
On
In
the list.
Medicare and Medicaid, 3%.
Okay.
But only 1.5 ambulances.
Well, that's the expense side, but absolutely right, yeah. The revenue side, that's how the revenue is. I'll send you that information, but that's all that really is Brendan Devon's numbers times, up for 2019 that they've already submitted, times 1.08 each year.
Were you asking for the cost or for the end user charge?
End user charge.
Got it.
That'll be the revenue, end user charge, yep.
All right, so that'd be good if we could get that
Yep.
tonight, so we have something for comparison.
Exactly, I'll do that.
I'd like to get all of the questions answered tonight, all the information out tonight,
we
if
can do that.
possible.
Yep, we can do that.
And order in, out. But let's go back. I want to piggyback on a comment that you made about redlining and just kind of pick up maybe on the thought that Randy had there. That's all local control, right?
That's local control. And to give you a sense of what that really means, we're looking at about $30,000 worth of red line savings a year.
We don't have that right now.
We don't have local control?
We don't have anybody doing anything like that right now.
Okay,
You seem surprised.
yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess so am I, but nobody's doing that right now. And the whole notion of local control has really kind of baffled me as the discussion has progressed over the past 2 years. Because frankly, the only time I can see that we have intervened to exercise any local control at all was when Brandon left and we hired Joe Elkin on a temporary basis. And then when he left, we brought Josh in again as manager on a temporary basis. Beyond that, you know, we had, a year ago, we were informed at an ad hoc, a different ad hoc committee, that we were without an ambulance for 12 hours. That we didn't have a fully staffed ambulance for 12 hours. It was a great opportunity for somebody to exercise some local control. Never happened. So what you're talking about is a whole new paradigm.
Right.
I mean, completely different. And Randy's question is, who's going to do that? Because nobody is doing that right now. It's a vacuum. It's a void. There is nobody doing that right now. And in fact, I would say that if a citizen member of that committee had not informed us of that situation with that ambulance, we would never have known it. Because we weren't getting that type of feedback from our director. And the question that I had as I was watching that meeting live on TV that night was, how many times has this happened in the past? Because my immediate perception was, this can't just be the first time. And how many times has this happened before where, again, there was nobody there that was going to tell us this? So if it hadn't been for a citizen member of that ad hoc committee that somehow got a hold of that information, we probably never would have heard about it. And I find that very disturbing because we're supposed to have local control and we have none. I'm not seeing where we have control at all, other than to say, this is our service. It's ours. And we're going to keep it. But I haven't seen any local control exercised here at all. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but I haven't seen it. And then back to Randy's question, all right, so there's a void there. And what you're talking about with continuous improvement all sounds really good. And I would hope that you know, we would have that in every department that we have here. But who's going to do that? And I'm not expecting you to answer that, because it is, as Randy pointed out, more or less a rhetorical question, but that's something that we would have to come to grips with, because we don't have any structure in place for that. We've got nothing in place. You have an EMS commission that meets once a month, but they're given the same information that our council was given, and again, nobody informed the EMS commission of that incident where we didn't have a fully staffed ambulance. That should be disconcerting to everybody in the room. And I'm not talking about the people up here. I'm talking about the people out there, and I'm talking about the people out there that are watching. That should be very disconcerting, that there was nobody there that had any control over that situation that was going to tell us that.
Well, it's my understanding you do have an EMS commission and an EMS director. Right. I don't know the history of that because I don't come here every day. What I do know is I did go back and look at the performance, at least in 2018 and as well as in January of 2019. And it certainly appeared to me, to answer your question, that data is readily available. I asked for it, so I sent it to me, and then I just put it together in a little bit of a chart. I'm reluctant to do this because I don't think this is the most number one metric, other than the trend is really, really important, but I'll show you what I want to show you. Or I'll show you what I want to talk about. This is just a graph of number of runs that we talked about. So this is a lot of what, sort of a summary of what we have talked about. But I'm showing this with a caveat. I'll explain my caveat. I don't think the actual numbers themselves are most important. It's really the trend. We're talking about redlining and continuous improvement. This is what I really do. What this shows is, on the first column is just a month, so it's January, February through December. The next column, I think, is really what you just brought about, Mayor, is how many runs, how many incidences actually exceeded 20 minutes, which would be, in my mind, you know, a very, very difficult time. But with the randomness of it, And by the way, I don't know what that 20 minutes is. Was it a very low priority or whatever? But in the entire 2018, all but 9 calls were covered in less than 20 minutes. 0.71% would be what I consider the big number. The 50 percentile, which is your median, was 6.72 minutes. Question to the city council, is 6.72 a good number or a bad number? According to the data from all the ambulance services associations, this is a very, very good number. The 90 percentile simply means 90% of those incidents for that year, for that month. The average was 11.82 minutes. The challenge is that, if I could be frank, if there's a perception, this is why I don't like charts like this, if there's a perception that an ambulance should be there within 3 or 4 minutes and it's a failure if he isn't, that's not real, and it has no impact really on the true risk of a patient's life. If somebody's within 3 or 4 minutes, who knows? There's probably 3 or 4 minutes they could have called earlier, so there's 25 different variables that go into somebody surviving. I will share this with you on a global scale. It has nothing to do with SCM, well, actually a lot to do with SCMS. But the medical industry has actually had a huge breakthrough, especially in heart attack survivors. The deaths from heart attacks has dropped by 70% in the last 10 or 12 years. And the way that happened is by the cardiologist, part of the medical community, actually giving authority to paramedics and EMTs in the truck that they previously could not do until they got a hold of the cardiologist, who may or may not have been in the middle of a surgery. The next biggest risk, of course, is strokes to a patient, the big highest volume. And then the neurologist in that entire community is working really hard and has been for 10 or 15 years, and they have not been able to make the progress and been able to delegate what an EMT or paramedic could actually do. So it's things like that actually have a much, much bigger impact on the outcome of the patient, as well as just the patient themselves. I mean, do they wait 3 hours before they call, and now they only had 2 minutes to live? That is really what's very, very difficult. However, what I like about these charts is not the actual data, it's the trend. And if you look at 2018, they're trending down. They've taken almost a minute out of the median, almost a minute out of the 90 percentile. That tells me there's a whole lot of redlining going on. Either that or they're really lucky. No, I don't think they're really lucky. There's a whole lot of redlining going on, a whole lot of changes and discussions and what went wrong and that sort of thing in order for that trend to be going in the right direction.
So Jerry, can we talk about the handout that we just, this has the rates?
That one, Josh will talk about that. I don't know what that is.
So I'm just using my quick math, so tell me if I'm wrong on this. There's a 15% increase in 2019, which is noted on the sheet, but then under proposal option F, there's an 8% increase every year till 2023.
Okay.
So if my math is correct, that's a 32% increase on top of the 15% increase in 2019?
Compounded
It's compounds even more.
even more.
Yeah.
So so that's what I'm trying to say is by 2023, so if you look like BLS where it says 1562, okay, non-resident, I guess. I'm just taking a number. So if I added 32%, that would be like 2,061.
How about if I give you a number that we can use? So in 2019 for a BLS-R, the per budget that Devin and Brenda had submitted was $1,416 for that private pay.
For
2019, the current year.
So this says 1420?
1416 for 2019.
This says
This year.
1420.
Okay, for 2020, sorry, I think I made a mistake. Okay, let me back, I'll go from the beginning. It's 1291 for 2018, that's our baseline. 15% of that should be 1416. That fit your math?
No, so what I'm
The
trying to,
numbers that you just got are different than what you just stated, I think,
yeah.
on that spreadsheet
Slightly.
there.
Well, where'd this come from?
12/31/20 in 2018, 14/20 in 2019.
Well, what do you have in 2018?
12/31/20. I think that's what Josh just gave you.
Oh, yeah, I had 1231. Yeah, I have 1231.
Okay.
Right? And then 1219, that 1420, I had 1416. I did a
Okay.
I did a 1.15 exactly.
So 2020?
Okay, and 2020 is, wait, sorry. $2020 would be 1529. $2021, 1651. 2022, 1784. And 2023, 1926. And the baseline call was 1231. So that now you can do the math. 1936 divided by 1221. So
Right. I guess my overall point is just that it's, and I understand that if we are to keep this, it has to, we would have to increase more. I guess my overall point is that, and we have a sheet from Lakeview too, but those rates can also change at any time. So it's hard for me sometimes to know, projecting 5 years out, what are the rates for this or rates for that? I guess I would say that it was safe to say they would both be pretty high by then.
well, I would say to say that 8% increases in healthcare is very small. There's almost nothing going on in healthcare that has anywhere near 8% increases in the services being provided.
Again, I'm not necessarily against it, I'm just trying to
Yeah.
figure out what the numbers are here, so.
But I think what your point is really, really a strong one. When you look at 5 years, which is why I did this, the laws of compound rates is pretty dramatic, not only in the revenue, but also in the expenses. So, you're right. I mean, that's a big number, but I think it would be unlikely that anywhere else in the area or in other ambulance service would be offering much less than an 8% increase. In fact, I think it might be higher, but
So,
I don't
well,
know
let's
that.
just ask this then. Yours, is it a static 8%? Or is it a minimum of 8%?
Well, back to this question. And all this is what the revenue projection would be if we can manage our costs.
So
And
you're
what I'm showing, it would
projecting,
be
you're-
8%. If we could not, it would be 15%. I showed that range of an 8% increase to a 15%. If we had some wild success, for example, we had more interfacility transfers, something changed, more people,
I got that. So I just want to save this thought for when we have a chance to ask Lakeview
Yeah.
this similar question. Your proposal is saying that it will be a minimum of 8% per year
no.
increase,
No, we're projecting an 8% increase.
okay?
It'll
So
be-
it may not be an 8% increase.
We are projecting an 8% increase given the plans that we have. And we think, we believe we'll be able to do that, and we believe we'll be able to be held accountable to it.
Maybe I'm not getting my question across straight.
Okay?
That's my fault. You're projecting 8%. Are you suggesting that we might have less than 8%?
Yes, and we might have more.
Okay, but you're just using 8% right now as our
Well,
number.
we believe 8% is, well, let's go back to that first
8%
page.
makes it sustainable.
8%, now go back to that spreadsheet where down the bottom we had those little curly cues. It really is based on two what-ifs. That's what I wanted to show you about the 8%. What if patients choose SCMS for interfacility transfers? One a week. If they did that, we could make the 8%. If they didn't, it'd be higher. What if there were two? I mean, that's how dramatic that is. That's what I'm trying to say. What if there were 100 runs out of 1,000? Right now I'm projecting 5% of the runs could potentially be coming from for interfacility transfers. I do understand that we don't necessarily get to control, but it is your community. I mean, it is your community that is using the services of Hudson Hospital, and I believe it's a patient's choice. And I believe they will choose if they would like to support SCMS as an example. But I wanted to use that as an example, Mayor, that the 8% is based on at least one patient a week or 50 times a year they chose to use SCMS for an interfacility transfer instead of just a call directly from Hudson Hospital. And Also, and what if number two, we'll be able to make that 8% adjustment if we change nothing else, other than to, with a red line, to take an additional $30,000 of cost out of the system. That doesn't seem unreasonable to me. But you make a good question, who's going to do that? And my heart says, if I was a consultant, I wouldn't have to work very hard. I just work with the people who are in that organization and just have, like you were talking about, monthly meetings, but it's more than that, just really talking about, here are the processes when they are actually on the job and they see something that basically sucks, or doesn't work very well. They have just simply given them an opportunity that they could actually make a change without having to go through a city council meeting and approval to make a change that does not dramatically affect the operation, but actually would improve the efficiencies. That's what we mean by redlining.
Is that consulting fee included in the cost?
No, I'm not. I believe they could do without me. I just said if I did it. I believe they could do without me, but if you'd like to hire me, I think I can accelerate it, but I didn't budget for me to do it. I really believe it's really a city council decision, that you have an opportunity to direct the organization of SEMS from the lowest level guy all the way to the highest level guy, that, here's a red pen, please look at these, and we will try to honor as many of your good ideas and implement as many as we possibly can. And I believe they will exceed that 30,000. But to answer your question, what if you don't get any interfacility transfers? So my great idea of using the spirit of your community to convince Hudson Hospital and the patients to support SCMS fails. What if we can't get $30,000 or a red line? Then the difference would be you would have a 15% increase to be sustainable. That's what I was trying to show.
Can we back up just for a second? Is that still based on the 1.5 ambulances, or is that 2
Absolutely.
ambulances?
This is the revenue side we're talking about. This is based on 1.5.
Okay.
Right? And I believe the competitive bid from Lakeview is unlikely that they would, but you could ask them, are they committing to staff at 1.5 or 2? I don't know that. That's up to them.
I want to circle back on a couple of things. I understand where you're going with the interfacility, and every time that I've been in an ER, it's always been, which hospital do you want to go to? It hasn't ever been, who do you want to give you that ride?
Right.
And I know that if I was in a position where my wife or my dad was there and they needed to be emergently, I would make the choice of whoever's the closest, right? So I don't know if that's really something that could be offered as I've never seen that.
I believe it would be, but you could be right. I mean, the process is right, but that's back to this continuous improvement again. The whole idea is that could we actually have a stronger relationship between SCMS and Lakeview and the city of Hudson? Because up till now, there is no decision about that. Is there an opportunity to have do this in a way? And the reason we're doing it is to support each other. I mean, having SCMS here helps Lakeview also, right? And so if I actually think that's a better solution on a selfish basis, to have the two ambulance services. That gives us a lot more flexibility than only have one. But the answer to your question is that I do think that's possible. But I was trying to show, even if I'm wrong and you're right, that this can never happen, and it's just pushback is so hard, which is really what Regions saw, right? That a pushback would be impossible.
I want to clarify a point, what you just said there. You're not suggesting that the city of Hudson should contract with St. Croix EMS and Lakeview, are you?
No. City of Hudson should contract with SCMS is what I'm suggesting, and Town of Hudson has already contracted with Lakeview. Given those two decisions, all I'm really suggesting now, one of my number one continuous improvement would be is how can we actually make that, once that decision is made, staffing is stable for them, staffing is stable for us, what can we do together that would actually make a difference to the community? That's what I'd recommend. Lakeview may say get lost, but I don't think so.
Just from my perspective, they have a contract with Town of Hudson. They don't
Yes.
have a contract with the city of Hudson. So
Yeah.
to be reliant on them to a certain degree, I think you're talking about two different contracts.
I'm talking about having two different contracts. I'm not talking about relying, but I was talking about mutual cooperation. These are the opportunities where.
Being neighbors.
Pardon me?
Being neighbors.
Well, that's more than being neighbors. They have to deal with efficiencies too. I mean, they don't have a giant population to support a truck either, right? So, and their demand fluctuates. I mean, what I think the community and Lakeview and SCMS really understands without a doubt is just the dynamic nature of the demand. It's not uniform at all. It's just, and that's why the relationships are pretty strong. But anyway, my argument, though, what I was trying to say is that's why I showed that 8% and 15%. I really believe the number strongly in these numbers that if there was no strong relationship between Lakeview and SCMS, there were no interfacility transfers, not even one a week. It doesn't take 50% of them, right? I mean, there's just if we can't get even one a week, there's no separation from that, and our red lines are dull, and nobody likes them. They're all rejected. The only difference is that's a 15% increase instead of an 8%. That's really what I wanted to share. I do think the 30%, $30,000 savings in a red line is a low number, but the benefit is, and why I want to show this chart is, I think that chart of the response times for 2018 is a very, very highly commendable chart, in fact, in the direction it's going. Just month by month, that tells me either they're really lucky or they're doing something to fix stuff that goes wrong. And I think they're fixing when there's a runtime longer than that they want, they're trying to figure out what went wrong. If it's just human error and there's nothing you could do about it, it's just being frazzled or whatever, that's still, well, what can we do to give you a little bit of calmness in that next event? But out of 1,100 or 1,400 events, really looking at the trend is most important, and then looking at isolated incidences as a root cause is really, really a big deal. Industry, worldwide, has really addressed that. Cars today will run 300,000 miles. And it's really because they just figured out when the cars fail after 100,000, what went wrong, and then they simply adjusted how they actually manufacture a vehicle. That's not a safety factor. That's just the power of what happens if you look at when things go wrong and what is the root cause of that event. And then could you put together a systemic change, or is this really, truly a one-off that you can't do anything about?
A couple more questions. Do you mind?
I'm here for you.
So this is accounting for how much of a raise on a yearly basis for employees?
Devin helped me with that.
At 3%?
I think it's a 2.
It is 3? Okay.
3% is what figured in there.
Got it. What's is a new director in there as part of that?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. As we talked about, I think last time I was throwing out to
That's
Devin,
right.
what would that be at 85, 90,000?
Right.
And that's in this proposal?
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, your numbers are looking a little bit better in January, February, and March than they would be because he's not.
Gotcha.
Right. So.
I did want to go back to a little bit about the piece of local control, just to clarify, because I kind of, put the mirror up to myself about, since I'm on EMS commission, of what we're looking at. And, one of the things that I've asked Joanne and Josh to put together is starting to take a look at per shift, how many ambulances are staffed ready to take a 911 call. And that request seemed new. So just as part of the process of local control, that's something that we are starting, that we should maybe have been doing longer. I mean, is that a fair statement, Stan? I mean, you've been on the commission longer than I. I mean, have we been looking at staffing that way?
The data, we haven't had the data ever. That's one of my issues.
Got it. So I've asked that of staff. So I just wanted to.
I like that.
I think that this
it's
is
strong.
that you brought up a good point.
Yep.
That whatever contract we decide on, how are we going to measure
Right.
the results?
Right.
And what do we expect for those results? One of the things that I'm concerned about is, all right, instead of seeing average response times, I would like to see a graph of percent of incidents versus the response times in minutes, because anybody who's had some statistics classes knows that an average doesn't give you the whole picture. You really need a graph that shows all of the incidents and shows the tail, and because those are the important numbers in there.
Joyce, can I just help you? I had that That's
Okay.
how, that's what the data I used
Okay.
to create that graph.
Yeah.
That one.
But this is what it looks like.
Exactly, yeah, I have that
Okay.
data, and I agree with you, averages, I don't have any averages in here. These are
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
percentiles. you know,
This is definitely more helpful
Yeah.
than
Yeah,
an average.
yeah,
but
I agree with you. Averages
I
don't tell you
believe
much.
this is the industry standard is how
Yeah,
they do it.
exactly. No, I have the raw data that it
Okay.
is incident by incident. Every single call is behind that 50 percentile. And it shows, and I sorted them by minutes, from the shortest one to the longest one, so you can see the range on that chart, and that's what I used. And then I used the ones that went over 20 minutes to show you how many actually went over 20, because that would be the big number.
Yeah.
So if I wanted to ask about sustainability to your plan at 1.5, and we upped it to 2 ambulances fully staffed 24/7,
You need more revenue.
365,
You need
what
more
would
revenue.
that be like?
Well, we already know that, it was 80%. We did that, we did it,
So you're
we
still,
did it exactly
Gotcha.
at 80% in options.
because I know there was,
previous F.
I know there was a question in the previous committee before the last, right?
Yep.
Before you came back with the 1.5,
Yep.
where you had questions about the numbers, how we arrived at those numbers. And my understanding from that committee that we were going to go back and reintroduce and make sure that it's all up to snuff, but then we got 1.5. So I just want to clarify.
Yeah.
So it would be an 80% increase to
At
the,
fully staffed.
end user fee?
No,
What do you mean
okay.
80%?
It'd be an 80% increase to the private pay and insurance paid patient. We have no
To the
control
end
over
user.
Medicare and Med. So I have, in this charts, I have columns for Medicare with their rates, column for Medicaid, which basically you're paying them, and private pay. So I have 3 columns, and the numbers I gave you, the 1241, 60 was for the private pay and insurance bill.
80% over time, 80% immediate.
Well, I didn't do a 5-year, I just did for 2019, so, no, it'd be 80%, but it wouldn't, if you did 80% in 2019, I didn't do it for a 4-year run, or for a 5-year run.
Understood, but I guess what I'm asking is, if we upped it to 2, you said you had to go to 80%.
Right.
Is that 80% spread over 4 years, 5 years, or is that
80%
80%?
2019.
Got it, okay. Okay.
Big jump, so instead of being 15%, add an additional 65%.
Right.
That would make it sustainable, and you still have the same amount of cash, including building Ward Avenue and the capital equipment costs, so.
And per capita remains at 17 with that? $17 per
$17
capita?
and an 80% increase. That seemed untenable at that time, so then that's when we looked at, do we really need to staff it fully when we have a less demand, a smaller population?
And you're basing, that seems quite a jump, but the numbers work that way.
Well, you're absolutely right. And the reason it's such a big jump, which probably answers the questions about lakes regions and, and other people, the reason it's such a big jump because an 80% increase in the rate does not turn out to be 80% increase in your revenue because we have a 30% write-off of that 80%, or actually 34%. So it's a big number, but you only get paid 2/3 of the time. So that's why it takes such a big number. And that's why it's important to kind of staff correctly based on who's paying and how much you're charging and.
Which brings up an important question. What rates are fair for the private pay customers or patients?
Right, exactly. And I think that'd be a
Something that
good,
we haven't discussed.
Well, what's fair?
I mean, yeah. How high, what's appropriate?
Could I,
I don't know that we have the ability to say what's appropriate or what's not. It's going to be, everybody's going to have a different answer, but I think it's worthy of the discussion.
could you outline what that increase would be to the 2018, so I have the sheet, right? The
Yeah.
green column, which is 2018, and I know I could probably do simple math.
well, the best thing to do is to look at 2018, 1231, multiply times 1.8, that would be the number.
Say it again?
So take 1231, multiply times 1.8, and that would be the number.
Okay. I know we have these numbers somewhere, but
But that is a good question. That is a big number, and interesting enough, even at that number, it's not untenable in the marketplace. It's
I'm coming
higher
up
than
with
Lakeview, it's lower
2216.
than others. Pardon me?
I'm coming up with 22, 16, 16.
That sounds right.
And what is that? What is that one for, Bill?
So that's BLS top line on the green column.
Oh, at 80%?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I know
So
that we
it's
had those
12/31/20 now. What that suggestion is 22/16/16.
Or private pay, the Medicare and Medicaid would be whatever.
Right. We only get what we get, right? Out of Medicaid, Medicare, yeah.
Well, and I am looking forward to having that discussion yet tonight.
Jerry, Jerry, sorry. Can I ask a question?
No, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Josh? Everything that, he's talking to me? Oh, no, I'm gonna wait. Everything, all the numbers that we've heard right now are predicated upon the current rate of pay, plus 3% increase per year. Is that right?
Correct.
We have heard, and I'm not going to disagree with this at all, that we're having an issue in recruiting people because we're not paying enough. Is that right?
I don't know if it's because we're not paying enough or because, I don't know. I haven't heard that pay is an issue, but
Oh, you haven't? Oh, I thought I heard that come up here before.
Well, in
What
talking
conversation
to,
was I in?
in talking to Tom Boyer, he said that because this area, it's a less stressful job because there's fewer runs per day, that that would be, we wouldn't need to pay Twin Cities salaries in order to attract people. I think that a bigger issue is the uncertainty in the, where we're going with this.
Do you know what they are starting at? Do either of you know what they're starting at Baldwin?
Brenda
No.
got a report of all that early on, I believe.
Because I know you mentioned New Richmond, and New Richmond's paramed, correct me if I'm wrong, is $2 higher starting wage than ours?
Yeah, $1 or $2, $1.50, something like that, yeah.
New Richmond does it a little bit differently. In St. Croix EMS, they have 12-hour shifts, so it's the rate of pay plus a significant portion of overtime pay, where I believe New Richmond, they schedule them at 8 hours and have a way. So they pay higher and less overtime. So I think there might
Oh,
be.
so it evens out if you
Well, I
look
don't
at
know if it
the-
evens out. I just wanted to show you what I think the difference is. And the reason I didn't know about this is in my discussions with Josh, I was working hard trying to get him to switch that, and that was not going very far. So switching from 12-hour shifts to an 8-hour shift was not really very, nobody was really accepting that, so, but.
All right, so, but when I first came on the council, and we were discussing staffing issues going back with Brandon was saying we weren't paying enough. Now, this is before uncertainty ever came into the picture. And again, going back to the comments that you've made, pointing out, Josh, that we've had staffing issues for at least 10 years, again, that has nothing to do with uncertainty. But, so, I was thinking that at some point we would have to add that into the equation, that we might have to increase pay in order to attract staff, but you're saying that's not the case.
I'm not saying that's the case. I mean, there has to be, I mean, this is the first year we've ever had a step scale as far as St. Croix EMS goes. We just need to stay, competitive with around here, with the cost of living of Hudson.
Okay?
We have to.
So
am I
we're
saying
good.
that they need a $5 an hour raise? No. Am I saying, a buck would be, would be good? Probably.
But we're good with 3% for what we're doing right now,
I think so.
okay?
Can I ask a question on the staffing, Josh? Of the staffing that we have now, how many consider St. Croix EMS full-time? I'm sorry, how many people, and this might be a difficult question, how many people are on staff currently that this is their number one gig?
Nobody?
So everybody that's on staff, this is their second job?
Absolute second or third job.
Which is, I mean, I understand this EMS world is kind of that way, right? But that's a little disconcerting to me.
The full-time
For a reason.
the full-time paramedics you're talking about?
Wow.
I'm talking about everybody that works for St. Croix EMS, me included.
Right.
Why is it disconcerting?
I guess that I'm looking for a service that, whose employees, this is their number one job. That's why, that's all. I mean, it's more ideological than, it's not disconcerting, don't get me wrong. It's not disconcerting to me about the service and the quality of service that's being delivered. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, it's concerning to me, because I think our community deserves to have a staff that, looks at their job as, we pay a livable wage, a sustainable wage, something that people can be proud of, to say, hey, I work in Hudson and this is my number one gig. Yeah, I'll do a couple of other things on the side, but I don't know. That's just kind of my ideological thinking, though, probably.
Most of these guys, correct me if I'm wrong, they do it because they love what they're doing. They're not doing it for the money.
Mm-hmm.
Correct, hence why they work.
It's a calling,
Free
for
jobs.
lack of better.
Nothing more fun than the real job.
So when we're recruiting, we're the people that we're looking at for recruiting, I know that we've picked up people that it's not their only job, all right? But are there people that come out of school, that, out of training, that this is what they want to do, this is their career, this is their job? But we're not attracting those people.
There's not a lot of classes being run right now, though, either.
But we're not attracting those people that would say, this is my career, this is what I want to
We
do.
attract those people for a little bit. They come here to get the experience they need to jump across the river to make more money and work on busier services.
All right, so there's more money again.
We're a stepping stone.
More
It's
money,
not- it's-
busier service.
Forget I said more money. It's they need to come here to get the experience that they need underneath their belt to go across the river to the cities to work for busier services, or to work for fire departments or whatever.
I believe Alina's running a commercial right now for training and a career out of it,
Yep.
right?
No. We're scheduled to have an ambulance in like 2023, is that right? No?
It's taken out.
Out of what?
It's taken out of the capital replacement because that's the one that got remounted last year.
Okay, okay.
That's why it dropped down to the minimal amount.
When would we need another ambulance?
More than 5 years.
More than 5 years?
Depends on call volume, depends
Sure,
on
but on average.
average, every 5 years or anytime you start going over 100,000 miles, then your maintenance costs go up. So
So when's the next one due?
next one wouldn't be due till 24 or 25.
Okay. What do we do about that?
Well, we'll make a 5-year budget next year, and then the year after, so you'll always be able to catch.
It'll be just a continuous 5-year capital replacement plan that we do.
And we don't have any increases in population in this 5 years, so that's really our buffer.
What?
Right, we have the same, we have the same number of runs for 5 years.
Oh, so you're saying your model
Yeah.
assumes no
No
population
population,
increase,
right.
which would say
It's
no increase in runs, which is
A buffer.
pretty conservative, yes. Because we know that the population is growing.
Yeah.
But what we plan to do is in when we do the budget for next year, we'll add whatever that population is. But for this particular model, rather than forecast that, let's just say for a 5-year run, if the population was stagnant, this is what the revenue would be and this is what the expenses would be. This is why what you were suggesting, we do review this on a quarterly basis. And that's really gets to the heart of rather, is it really an 8% increase? Is it a 7% increase? Is it a 9.5%? It really, as it shakes out, what Josh has said for many times, and to you guys and to me, is this is a pretty big change without the town of Hudson and without interfacility transfers. And so he's been managing in January, February, and March, and he was hoping, that probably by April or May, which is almost where we are, he'll have a much better understanding of really how that demand has really changed. And I don't know, maybe you already know now, maybe are you more comfortable now than you were in January? A little bit. So time is on our side. But my point is that, you know, wanted to ask what happens in 2024 and 2025. You know, we'll have real numbers, and if the population grows. The other part is that by going to 1 3/4 runs, we believe we have not factored how much that would actually really save us in wear and tear on the vehicle. It may or may not really, we haven't really really addressed that. The depreciation is still the same. You know, our capital plan is still the same that it was before. So, but the idea is, this is 2019. I basically leveraged off what Devin and Brenda put together for 2019 and said, given the facts that they had at this point, all I did is increase the revenue by those percentages we talked about. Population is the same. Salaries went up by 3%, and then put in a capital equipment or capital cost, and then put in Ward Avenue. So, you know, the 10-year payoff. So again, we'll have another budget in 2020 that will include 2024.
Back to the 80% increase if we do 2 ambulances, right? Did you take into consideration any increase beyond historicals for bad debt?
Yes, we increased it to 33% from about 27, I can't remember. Yeah, we did.
Sorry, and
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
Yeah, I used it. Brenda, I had a long discussion with Brenda, and I actually had it at about 22 or 23%, and we increased it to 33, between 30 and 33%, because we felt it would be less. I'm not convinced that's really true. I just think it's conservative. Still, even at an 80% increase, you know, relative to the rest of the world, it's not absorbent. I mean, if people can't afford it, they can't afford it. I mean, the total cost of taking an ambulance and going to the hospital, if you couldn't afford $1,200, you're not going to be able to afford $2,800, but it's, or whatever that number was, $2,100. My argument would be, but I didn't factor into that, is, you know, if you can't afford $2,100, you couldn't have afforded $1,200 either. But we'll see. I mean, it's there's some argument that the higher the rate goes, the more. It's usually, I don't think that's the case. I think my belief in healthcare is when somebody needs medical care, whether it's a heart attack or an ambulance run, either they have insurance, they can afford it, or they can't, regardless of what it costs, because the numbers are so big once you're in the hospital. But we did increase it, as short as you answered your question.
So in conjunction with that, we had, Josh, I think you had mentioned that in our program where we help indigents, that we spent over the last couple of years like $4 grand, something like that.
That's all done through a billing company, so
Okay.
we get requests daily as far as
Oh, I
people that say they can't pay their bill or whatever, and it's up to us if we write it off or we accept whatever payment they can make, so.
So, and if we write it off?
I haven't written off any.
Okay.
Usually I just set whatever, payment plan they want. If they can pay $10 a month, they pay $10 a month.
How many people we have like that?
I don't know how many we have. Joanne, do you know how many we have? 10, somewhere between 10 to 20 people, maybe.
Okay. But we don't have a real poverty program in place for them, other than,
I'm not sure what the billing company has in place as far as a poverty program or,
well, we would know that, wouldn't we?
I don't know, the new contract hasn't been signed yet, so I don't know what
But I mean,
it
if
states in the
we
new
had a poverty
contract.
program, it would come back to the taxpayers. So wouldn't we know that?
We should, but I mean,
In charge of that.
Yeah, well, that's local control.
what was that?
I said that's local control.
Well, that's a, I don't see why you're dumping that on St. Croix EMS. I believe I'm governed by the city council.
I'm not dumping that on you.
So city council should have been the
Completely.
one standing up to do local control, correct?
I couldn't disagree with you.
So I
I can
would,
disagree with you somewhat, because I think some of this it is part of the administration of the organization.
well, then that should have been addressed with that administrator of that organization when it happened, not with me standing here in an RFP discussion.
I'm not talking about anything necessarily specific. I named a couple specific items. I'm talking
Exactly.
about, this has been the case
But it's all trying to
a
give,
long time.
well, it's all a part of the plan of giving St. Croix EMS a bad name, and I'm tired of it.
It's not part of the plan of giving St. Croix EMS a bad name.
Then why does
It's stating that we don't have any local control.
And why has it not come up anywhere else besides here?
Like, I don't know what you
Like
mean
a
by that.
EMS commission meeting, any other city council meeting?
Probably because nobody's out there talking about how we need to keep local control.
They've been talking about keeping local control since we went through this the last time.
And that's why we need to understand what that means. It's pretty clear. What is local control? What is it? Because I haven't seen it.
That's because
And
city
that-
council
and
hasn't
that-
done
And
it.
that has to do with the council as well as the administration of EMS.
I think it has way more to do with the council, the city administrator, and the lack of a HR department. We are the ones, it's not the department head's fault that we haven't been exercising our authority to have local control. That falls squarely with us.
Yeah?
Falls squarely with the leadership, and in my opinion, we can liken it to one of, I own a small business. If one of my departments is failing, I don't say, well, I'm gonna cut you off and bring in an outside contractor. What I say is, the bottom line, that responsibility for that failure is mine. So the responsibility for the failings of our St. Croix EMS department have been ours all along. We've been mismanaging it. It doesn't have a strong, we don't have, the way we operate our city, the city administrator is not empowered to going and helping and providing the resources that any of our departments need. He's got an open door policy that we can go to him, but he's not been empowered to provide a bunch of support to any of the departments. He does what we ask him to do, and that's what he does. And that's the way we're set up. But local control is exercised from these chairs, not from the department heads. And if we don't have local control, and you say you haven't seen it, it's our own fault. It is not Josh's. Now, from what I understand on the commissions, that Stan, you say you haven't ever seen reports before. Have you asked for them? And have you shown up to say, well, this wasn't satisfactory, so where can we improve the process that went into the result of these numbers? We are the ones that need to provide the local control. And so look to our history, and I'm new to this. I'm new to the table, so I don't know all of the history, but from what I can garner, it is a decade old that we've been, one constituent said, we've been on life support. St. Croix EMS has been life support for a decade. Well, I'm going to say, no, it hasn't been on life support. It's been being strangled by us. We've been providing no leadership. We've been providing very limited resources. We've provided no assistance with process improvement. We have we edited the job description for the department head? Have we ever said they need a certain amount of leadership skills, 5 years experience of running a company or running a department? No, we say they're a paramedic. Does a paramedic necessarily have the business savvy to run what needs to be an enterprise department that pays for itself? I think we've been doing it wrong. And so I'd like to see us support the department, look to a model that says, here's what we want. We want living wages for our people. We want two ambulances all the time. Here's the list of all the things we want. Now, I think you've done an excellent job at working within only using budgets as our world.
Right.
But instead, let's write the thing we want, and then write the strategic plan to support what we want, and then see where can we finance this and how much money does it need. A business plan is not just about the balance sheet or the income statement or the pro forma financials. A whole strategic and business plan model for an enterprise department would include all of it. I happen to have written a business plan 22 years ago when I started mine. And it works, but you don't just look at the spreadsheet at the end. You look at the whole thing, and then you build the department to support what you want it to do, be, and become, and grow into the future. So local control has not been exercised. You're absolutely correct, and it's our own fault.
I want to clarify
I'm
one
not
thing.
denying that. I think I've been pretty clear about that the whole night here. I think I've been very clear about that we have no process in place for local control.
But that's our
But I keep hearing
choice.
that we need to maintain local control. And local control right now, maintaining local control right now means no control.
It means that we start implementing some procedures ourselves and exercising our authority to have local control. The fact that we have ignored our obligation to exercise our abilities that's wrong. So let's fix that. Let's fix it.
Can I clarify, or can I ask you a question?
Yes, of course.
When you're talking about managing, and you're talking about our council, me specifically, on EMS Commission, are you talking about the expectation of an elected official to manage a department, and how close? I just want to
I would
clarify.
Sure, and this would have to get written into the whole plan, because we also have to look at our model of our city administrator and our HR department, which would be the ones providing that support to a department head. So we need to look to more than just what that job description is, right? And so, just like in a controversial department, okay, let's say park board, not quite as well, that probably is too. But what I'm saying is, so we have a liaison. So you would be the liaison from the council on EMS Commission, and you guys would have more hands-on, like, opinions with that department, that your demands, not demands, but your suggestions and your, hey, well, why don't we try this? Hey, we had this problem. Why don't we try that? Or, hey, you've got squabbles between your EMTs. Let's call the HR director in here and see what he has to say or she has to say to help you with these internal problems. See what I'm saying? So you would be the liaison to communicate our partners' desires to the department through our city administration. So I'm not suggesting that you would have to go in there and do scheduling or make suggestions on scheduling. I'm suggesting that you look at the problems, identify possible solutions. Now, not every first solution you identify is going to be the end-all, be-all thing. That's why it's continuous process improvement, right? So, no, you're not going to go down there and micromanage how they order supplies. You're going to make the suggestion that they make an improvement to how they order supplies. And that will come through EMS Commission, through to you, to the, and then possibly through the city governance. And then hopefully better results are going to come back up to city council, and we'll be like identifying instead of right now we are micromanaging holy buckets, and we're no good at it, obviously, and that's what got us to where we are.
I guess I would point to the last 12 weeks in my life. Now, some of this is learning more about EMS, and I think Alderperson Hall and Alderperson Weber can probably attest to this. You guys spent about 10, 12,
It's a
it
huge
takes
learning
a
curve.
lot to learn
It's a
about
huge
those
learning curve.
details, and I guess putting that onus on an elected official making big picture decisions, how detailed do you want to get when the understanding of the facets, nuances, everything about EMS is something that is very difficult to understand, which is why I give hats off to anybody in that EMS world.
Well, can I respond
Yeah.
quick? I see what you're saying and agree. Right now, the department needs so much help and repair that, yes, that it has taken a long time to get up to speed for any one of us, these two, you, and, I'm working on it still. sorry, lost my train of thought. What you had said was,
I don't know.
yeah, sorry. But I
lost
guess
my
where
train
I'm
of thought,
going
too.
is, once the department is lifted up and functioning more properly, and the commission can say, pinpoint a thing that, you know, I want you to work on this the next 3 months, the next quarter, here's your priorities. And, you know, I think that's totally manageable. Right now, it's, you know, obviously needing a big lift,
And one of the historical issues has been promoting the longest-term paramedic to the chief
Director level,
position.
right, right.
And instead of bringing in an expert to run it. And, you know, one of the things that River Falls did, which, you know, there are a lot of things that we can learn from River Falls. They're about the same size, and they've done a study. There's a lot of information there that we can glean and use. But one of the things that they did was, when they didn't have a chief, they brought in Dave from Alina as the temporary chief while they were working on hiring a chief. So they had a professional manager come in and manage the department. And that's something that I think that we should consider doing, because if we're serious about keeping St. Croix EMS, then we do need to have a professional manager in here.
Okay.
And that would probably go a long way to stabilizing the department.
Okay.
Hey, Bill, you know, I did this for a living at 3M, and then as a consultant. I was continuous improvement was what I was about. I did it my focus wasn't necessarily on dollars, it was on making the processes work so what the customer asked for is what they got, and looking for all the disconnects between the places. So Jerry's process will work, but I think the support and direction comes from us, and the results come up from the bottom for the most part. You may have to bring in an expert for a specific technical, highly technical problem, like communications. You know, we don't have the resources, but the people on the trucks know what they're doing, they know and they can look at it and say, how can we save? You know, if that was an attitude that we fostered, how can we save time? How can we save money? How can we save resources? And that helps the department operate in a much better position. And I don't think we've done that. It's just the way we've not brought in leaders and given them the training that perhaps. I mean, we may have had some really good people, but we didn't give them the kind of training that I got, you know, as a manager, or the kind of mentoring. You know, that would be certainly is a role that I could see anybody on council being a mentor to one of our managers. You know, because most of us have a significant business experience that would apply. So that's perhaps, you know, when you look at failure, perhaps that's, you know, what you need to look at is we haven't been able to, maybe we didn't even know we needed to do this. We didn't, just in the last couple of years, we've learned how badly we've let this thing go. And you can point fingers at a lot of different people who've been involved in it. I was part of this, I'd say 20 years ago, 25 years ago, from the town of Troy. You know, it was on the monthly meeting that they had, and this was a 10-minute topic. But, so that's the kind of support that the guy gave us. He said, this is how we're doing, and it was all about money. Everything was about money. It was never about the operations. So it was kind of the focus has been twisted for a long time.
Twisted to the money aspect?
Yeah, it's always about money, so.
The cheapest solution rather than the best solution.
Right.
Yeah, but in addition to not looking at the processes that we have, say, are they the most efficient processes? Are we doing things properly? We really haven't asked that. We haven't, we have resources out there. We've got how many, 25, 30 people who work in the operations. We get some pretty low-hanging fruit. That's been my experience. You can walk in, and I used to go in and audit plants. And I just go back and I start talking to the lowest, the guy who's doing the work. not the supervisor, or not the manager, or not the plant manager, and find out what was, just having conversations. Pretty soon you find out, you know, by noon, I knew where a lot of the skeletons were. And I could say, all right, you know, we're in good shape here, yeah, shaky here, you know. So it was you just allow that, create that kind of atmosphere where people are willing to do that, and they say, yeah, we're interested in making this better. And it generally pays off. I went through this a number of different times at 3M with different levels of management. And when top management didn't support it, it didn't happen. As a middle manager, I could work my butt off, but it didn't happen if top management wasn't supporting me and saying, yeah, this is really important, and proving it. So it's, that's an opportunity for us, I guess, is to figure out how to manage an operation without managing the operation. We can't do that. We don't know it.
Right, exactly. And I think that's what you said earlier, Jim, and I'm sorry, did I interrupt you?
I'm
Okay.
done. That's enough.
I think it's indicative of the choices that were made ahead of us. Back to your statement about mentoring, when you're bringing up an employee and then putting that employee into a management position, that management position probably requires a certain amount of mentoring, right? So that's why I really fully 100% am with you, Councilperson Hall, about hiring somebody from without, somebody that has that experience, knows how to manage, so that that mentorship from our piece of it folds in a lot better. I guess at this point, I kind of want to bring it back to this RFP process for a little bit, because I've been thinking about this a lot. The time that I've been spending into it, and forgive me, I wrote a few things down, so, and I'm never good when I'm off script, apparently.
What are you looking at me for?
So I've invested quite a bit of time over these last 12 weeks, as you guys did with AdHoc, really trying to gain information from a multitude of sources. Consistent communication with the leadership within St. Croix EMS, Josh, Joanne. Communication through the EMS Commission with our partners. I also had conversations, pose questions, gather information from a wide range of people, EMS professionals inside and outside of the community, EMS professionals not currently with our service, but who have been involved with our service in the past, other healthcare professionals not directly involved with our community, healthcare professionals who are city residents, actually, people within my district, who are not really associated anyway with any of, either St. Croix EMS or Lakeview. City staff leadership, city safety leadership, dispatch professionals at the county level, and a lot of folks, right? So just the way that I like to approach things is get as much information as possible before making a decision. So at the end of the day, there's been within the last week, I started looking at this from a different angle, different perspective. There was a person who asked me last week, which option is better, between St. Croix EMS, Lakeview, and I thought it was a fair question. And I said, I don't think that the choice that I'm making is for better or for worse. I don't think that's the choice. I think this is a choice of what will serve our community from a public safety standpoint while being financially feasible for years to come. So what does that mean? Is this decision is this all about the dollar, right? Not exactly, but kind of. And the reason why I say that is because the level of quality of care is directly related to how much funding is chosen for that care. If that funding is high, then that level of quality is there. But if funding is lower than that, then we're making choices in the level of care that we are serving to our community. So if we decrease quality, coverage, reliability because of budget reasons, and we are decreasing the safety of our residents, period, in my opinion. So this question of which choice is better really sat with me. And I'll say now what I told him then, because I really, really believe this. Sorry, I lost my place now. It really made me think about it in a different light, a new light that I didn't consider when I asked for support in doing this RFP. You know, I said, you know, the choice now after Brandon's resignation, after Joe's departure, was we got to bring in a chief from the outside that and bring everything to level set within our service. And I really felt that that would take a year and a half to truly get the service where it needs to be, and I still believe that today. Or I chose the option of going with the RFP. And obviously that's where we are in. So, but it's a lot deeper than the leadership. So what I've been asking myself for the last week is, what do I want for the service, for EMS services for the city of Hudson? You know, and I passed this around, I think I have bullets there, but I kind of arrived at what I believe that I want. I hope you would agree with me. I want 2 staffed ambulances ready to take a call 24/7, 365, period, no question. I think that going to less than that for a city with our growth projections and the way that we want to grow, I don't want to take that ambulance away for 12 hours of every day. I want the ability to add more resources to the area in case all ambulances are busy and closer than calling mutual aid from a neighboring community. I want the staff to look at serving our area as their full-time job, not a second job. Yeah, they could have a second job, but I want them to see. And I think that is in it ties directly into livable wages. So I want the staff to make a livable wage that is competitive to the area in which we live, competitive to all communities within St. Croix County, and at least within the ballpark of services across the border. What I want is more than our current pay structure. I want the staff to not simply look at servicing Hudson as a way to get their feet wet in EMS, but to look at servicing the area as a long-term commitment. I want our EMS service managed by a person with the highest requirement of licensure as an employee, which means paramedic, and a paramedic minimum at most. I want the department head to be a person who has been a director of EMS services for at least 5 to 7 years. I want a facility in Hudson on the hill that is more centrally located for the service area. I want that facility to house EMS personnel and equipment for at least 20 to 30 years. I want a robust program of first responders. We don't have this formalized in the city yet. We had a special meeting a week ago where we took a look at a 911 call, and I guess the biggest thing that meeting and that call really told me was, it doesn't really matter the services or which ambulance service is providing that service. Ambulances take time. It's just the nature of the business, right? I mean, we're talking about 6, 7, 8 minutes. And what's the difference between 9 minutes and 8 minutes? And what's the difference between 8 minutes and 7 minutes? But With a first responder program, what's the difference between 7 minutes and a 2-minute response, right? I mean, I have several neighbors that are in the healthcare field. Even my wife, she's ACLS trained, and I was talking about first responders, and she's pulling up her phone going, what requirements would I need to do this, right? I want to build that for our city. I want ambulances, which are more and more becoming hospitals on wheels, right? To have cutting-edge technology, and I want whoever outfits those ambulances. In the case of a municipally owned EMS, it would be future city councils, unless I'm still here. It would be, in the case of a hospital-owned EMS, it would be hospital management. I want them to, whoever is in charge of putting those pieces of equipment onto ambulances, to do it without reservation towards the finances, towards expense of that. So I'm looking at both proposals, and I'm asking myself, does St. Croix EMS, do both St. Croix EMS and Lakeview's proposals, to me now, check off all these wants that I've kind of outlined? And could they do that today? My answer to that is no. Do I think that both options, St. Croix EMS or Lakeview, could check off all of these in the future? And my answer is yes. On the one hand, with our hospital space system proposal, a lot of it would depend on contract negotiation, right? What is it that we would want in there? And in that process, I would love to see multiple elected officials participating in that process. On the other hand, with municipal-based system, I contend, and this is just with sitting with the information, mind you, I contend that we cannot hire that next director without first asking our community to help raise the overall pot of money to the city of Hudson, so that we can check off all of these wants for our community. Taking a look at an 80% increase to the end user, plus a $17 per capita, you're asking for the taxpayer to pay, you're increasing the end user. You know, when you expect a service for your tax dollars, where's that end result? And it's more money? That does not sit well with me. So the first time that we could ask the public for more money is the fall of 2020. It's the first time that we could add more money to the pot.
We could do it in 2019, fall of 2019, if we were, well, I mean, it would be a very accelerated schedule.
We cannot, I believe. Devin, can you explain?
I would have to do further research, but I don't know that until you're past the levy limit, I don't know that you can ask for a levy limit override if you haven't passed the levy limit yet. I think
Okay.
So we won't really know that because we still have that, whatever we're going to call it, the cushion or the unexpended, there's still some money in there. So, you know what I mean? There's whatever that is.
Catch-22.
Right, so until that pot of money was gone, and then the next year, which then would be the 2020 cycle for the 2021 budget, we could say, okay, we only have $150,000 in levy increase that we have available for us, but we need whatever the number is. But I think you have to wait until the levy, I mean, right now you have funds available that is, of course, unless you raise the budget next year by, $700,000. But you have to make the decision. The reason it's November is because you can't do it until you know what your levy increase is going to be. So that happens in August. So between the 1st of August and the end of August, you have to figure out what that number is going to be, how long you want it to be for. Is it for 5 years? Is it in perpetuity? Is it, and you have to delineate. You can't just say, we want to, spend more money on EMS for the next 20 years. You have to say, this is how much it's going to be, this is how much it's going to impact.
Devin, my understanding, though, was that it has to run an even number of years.
No, it can run an odd number of years. You could call a special
Do a
election.
special election, yeah.
You could do that. But again, I don't think you can do a levy override until you're
At the levy.
at the levy limit.
Okay.
Are you saying that you
So-
need to spend down all the undesignated funds? That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, but I don't, again, I would have to verify this, but I don't know that the state would allow you to have a levy limit override if you've got available funds in your,
There's got to be some basis for having a fund for, proposed projects.
no, this is something different. What I'm talking about is, over the past several years, the council has chosen not to levy to the max.
Oh, I see.
So these are funds that, in the last 5-7 years, you could have raised the levy to here, you kept it here. The difference goes into, again, it's not really a fund, but it's available. So this year, for example, we used some of that, what the cushion. And now we were going to use more, and then we asked the department heads to come back and cut money, and so that's what I'm talking about. It's not your undesignated surplus that you have for projects and whatever. This is strictly related to levy,
Yep. What you have levied.
what we have levied, correct.
Thank you. Okay,
Yep.
maybe strike that.
Okay.
sentence.
Yes, it can be done in
but-
any year. It has to be done in November
Okay.
because of the timing. It can't be done in the spring because you don't know what your next year's budget's going to be. For a levy, for an actual levy override question.
Yeah, I looked at
Thank you.
South Milwaukee's process because they had run a referendum, and the consultant that they used gave me an overview on the process, and that's exactly what she told me.
Got it.
And it's a very, you'd have to really hit it hard because you have to have 70 days prior to a referendum, you have to pass a resolution calling for the referendum. So if you're looking into early November, you're talking end of August. So you've got from the 1st of the August to, let's say, the 25th of August to get all your numbers figured together. And you also have to consider whether there's going to need funding for other things. Because it isn't just theoretically an EMS situation that would push you past the limit. There could be, you need additional police officers, and I'm just making things up here. You want to increase the number of public works staff, whatever it might be.
At the end of the day, if we're asking the taxpayer for more money in the pot, we don't want to do that very often.
Right.
Correct. So that's why you would want to plan ahead. So if you know let's say you do it in the fall of 2020 for the 2021 budget, you'd also want to say, okay, in 2022, we know we want X, and in 2023, and I'm talking operational now, we want Y. 2020, okay, let's go to 2027, we want to go to a full-time fire department. Again, I'm just giving examples. You'd really have to think ahead because otherwise, as Bill said, okay, you're in 2027, you want to go out for a full-time fire department, well, now you'll be going back for another levy override.
The other thing the consultant recommended was that before you put together a referendum question and you decide on how much you want to put into that question, you would do community surveys to make sure that the public would support that, because you don't want to spend the time doing a referendum that doesn't have public support. So you want to, like the school district did with the high school, they
right.
spent a lot of time gathering information
In fact-
before they put a referendum on the ballot.
In fact, I think that was one of the AdHoc meetings that I attended of yours.
Yeah.
That you were.
Right. And I think that the difference with the school district is they have a July 1st fiscal calendar. So that makes
Okay.
a difference on when everything would have to happen.
Thank you, Devin.
Yep.
So back to this decision. So I guess I'm asking this committee and fellow council members that the decision that I propose we make is a big one. in that this decision is for the long term. I don't want to see this group, us or whoever's in our chairs, make a decision to rub two pennies together to make it work for the next couple of years and see where we're at, and then come to the realization that X, Y, and Z, and then we're having the same conversations, or other people are having the same conversation. I think we need to make that big decision now. And at the end of the day, I don't want to find ourselves, or future city councils, having the same meetings that we have, right? So, in my mind, I mean, we certainly have, maybe you have more questions or whatever, but from my standpoint, I feel like the work of this committee is done. Obviously, we have more of a meeting that we can still have, and I'd love to hear from people, but I would move that we recommend, in taking a look at both proposals, I'm really seeing that both could be options. So I would move that we take both St. Croix EMS and Lakeview options to the council for discussion and possible action at its next regular meeting.
I'll second.
All right, first of all,
Sorry, Joyce.
I move to recommend that we take both St. Croix EMS and Lakeview options to the council for discussion and possible action
On the-
at its
okay.
next regular meeting.
Okay, thank you.
So can I?
All
can I
right,
ask
got a
question?
motion, a second, discussion.
So, just to be clear, we're an ad hoc committee. Then my understanding is we're supposed to weigh the proposals and make a recommendation with the support of our neighboring communities. So my confusion is just that why would we go to the next council meeting instead of taking the input here with our neighboring communities who are part of the decision? Like, what are you thinking with it?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Stan, you have asked to leave the contract. Your board has asked the city of Hudson to leave the contract. You're waiting for an answer.
That is correct. And back in December, your board, or council said that they would make a decision by the end of first quarter if we agreed to stay in the ad hoc committee and, weigh the proposals. And, we haven't, we're waiting for the decision. We're still in the, committee for 4 more years if the council doesn't decide, and we're just looking at, the Village of North Hudson does not need a contract per state law. We can operate, if we have a 911 call in the village and we're not under contract, we'll be the exact same as, say, Warren Township, or town is out near Roberts. They pay an extra $400 upcharge for being out of the service, but St. Croix EMS still responds. If we are let out of the contract, we also could choose to have St. Croix EMS, we could tell, that would be first call. That would be a possibility. That's, there's a lot of options out there that the village, we're up against the levy limits a lot tighter than you guys are down here. There's, then the thing is with Lakeview, if we have Lakeview on call, we have there's no subsidy. So, people talked about the professional management. Lakeview has a professional management team that has sat here for months now, waiting for a decision. They hardly even get a chance to talk because we've allowed, as far as the RFP process, we've allowed St. Croix EMS, what are they on, proposal H, F, something like that, I've never been in an RFP process like that. And so, and we've got, they ask for full-time medics. Lakeview's hired, they have full-time medics, that's their job. So most of the things that you're trying to address that we're not getting done with St. Croix EMS, Lakeview is here to do with no subsidy. So where we're at right now, I'm looking for the council to make a decision whether they're gonna let us out.
Right.
Early, because that's a budget item that we, could definitely work with. I've already discussed it with, for first responders, that all of our police officers right now are either trained or in training to be first responders. With the savings of $63,886, which is what our present per capita charge is, which we just sent half that check to, I just signed that check today, sent down here, so that we could take that and use it to possibly get another officer. We're growing a little bit. We have new developments and stuff like that, and I know that the chief could use an extra hand in order to handle his caseload, plus, to do the job of everyday, police work. So, yeah, we've got definitely skin in the game here, and I've been listening to this for, continuous improvement. Lakeview, they've shown continuous improvement with just the documents you get when they first gave us a presentation. The run calls, everything was there, mileage, where they went to, and that's questions that, that we, I would expect to have, and we just said, everybody would like to have those kind of numbers, but we haven't. So, right now, the question, if you're wondering what support is for the village, I would like to be able to go back to my board and say, hey, they're gonna let us out of the contract, are you good with that? Do you wanna stay with St. Croix EMS's first call, or do you want to just go, negotiate with Lakeview? But the point is, for the Village of North Hudson residents, is that if you call 911 and we don't have a contract, you will have a response from one of the services in the area, period. It's a difference in, the charges. Right now, our, that $400 increase, if you knock it down, we had 135 calls in 2018, and so you knock that down, divide it into the 6380, that number, that's $473.23 per call that the village is paying extra over the top of what the patient is being charged. So that's an extra charge that the village is covering. If we're out of the contract, it's a $400 upcharge, so that's a savings of $73, so, and where I'm coming from, $73 is money. So, did that answer your question?
It does, thank you. And I want to ask Suzanne the same question about Town of Troy, but first I think.
Paul's questions.
But I want to get to Paul's question.
I'm curious to hear Troy first, so that's okay.
Well, I was just going to say
Oh,
that St. Croix EMS is a city service
Yeah.
that we have offered to our partners to utilize
Yep.
in their, right? So this committee, while we have the entire council here, would really be recommending to ourselves to make a decision in the next, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, we cannot vote to go whatever direction as a council in this.
right, but I think we could still take a vote on this committee as a recommendation. And that recommendation would not be followed by the council. But I don't understand why we'd have to wait till another meeting to take a vote on what we've been talking about for 4 months.
Recommend which service
Yeah.
to go.
Absolutely. Because that way, the neighboring communities have a vote. And I want to respect that they're part of this process, and they're paying $17 per capita. So their voices have to be heard first, to me, before we take it to ourselves in the city, if that makes sense. I thought that was the entire reason why we've been meeting.
I would think, just to interject here for a second, that Stan has already pretty much voiced his opinion. I would also respectfully submit that it was Dan that is appointed to this committee to be voting. We said that we were going to take the municipal heads, and Suzanne has filled in here in his absence and sat at the table and asked questions. So Troy wouldn't be voting tonight anyway.
Right. That's right. It would be up to, to our town board, up to Dan to make that decision. I can't make that decision.
So, and if I understand what you're saying correctly, Bill, is that each of our communities is going to have to make a decision
Unto themselves,
independently anyway,
right?
and,
And it's more than just the heads of that. I mean,
right,
it's entire boards.
I got only one vote.
yeah. So it would have to, each of the municipalities would have to have a separate vote anyway, is that what you're saying?
So are we saying the ad hoc committee is basically failed in its charge to talk through and make a recommendation to the city council by not?
I don't think so. I think we've done a lot of work at this,
No, no,
in
I
this
get that,
room.
but
I mean,
I-
we've done a lot of, we've taken the time during the time that the committee has been formed to each study a ton independently.
Yeah.
You know, we all of it, excuse me, acknowledged all the work and research that we've each done, and if, you know, if it needed to serve that, we were all coming to the night when we make the decision that everyone knows we have all fully considered and weighed the options.
No, I get that, and I'm not trying to say we've failed. I think everyone is working tremendously hard to weigh all the factors, which is awesome. I'm just confused by the
motion.
process, by the motion. Yeah, I'm
Well-
so confused by it.
Yeah.
First thing that I would say is that we have not heard at all from Lakeview tonight, and I've got some questions for them. I presume that other people do.
I would suggest,
And-
We're still in discussion, though.
Well, yeah. But the discussion is about the motion, not about the other stuff. And there are a number of people here that nobody's raised a hand yet to comment, but, till now. And I think we need to ask if there's anybody that has a comment about, pardon me?
Maybe the motion is premature.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say,
Can we
if
table
in
it
that
for now?
discussion, I'd like to say, it's a good motion, but let's table it till,
Okay.
maybe we could all have a bathroom break and hear from the people and talk to Lakeview, and then I think that we should talk about that motion.
sure.
So do I need to move to table the motion? So moved.
Second.
No, I get the second.
Oh, you do?
Could have just withdrawn it.
Yes.
All right, we'll take a 5-minute break.
Do we need to vote on that?
First thing, I know that there are people that it's been a long evening so far, and I'm pretty sure the end is somewhere in sight. But I know that there are people that would probably like to comment on the proposals as you've seen so far. Is there anybody that would like to come up and speak? Is there anybody that would like to come up and speak? Yes. Oh, Ramsey?
I will.
Oh, we can, just a second, Ramsey.
Ramsey's first.
Yeah, if that's okay.
You go first.
Okay.
Oh.
And again, if you would keep it to the proposals in front of us.
I'm a Johnny-come-lately to this whole thing. My name is Lee Rayfield, and I'm up on the hill. We've been here since '74, so I don't know if it's still the hill or not, but it is. My concern is people my age. I'm a 76. My husband's 77. We just want somebody that's going to come, and there will be no decisions. There should be a procedure that somebody is calling the shot and saying, okay, we got a Lakeview here, we've got a Hudson here, ambulance, whoever can make it the fastest. That's what it should be about. And I know you guys, thank you all. This is a job that everybody should be down on their knees thanking you, because being on a city council is difficult. So I think people my age are concerned. Just somebody come right now. So I'm asking you guys to pick the best and write the procedures so there's no question about who should go when. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that, thank you. Ramsey? Do we have a mic to bring over to him? Or? He's bringing one.
My name is Ramsey from Hudson, Wisconsin. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to touch on a couple of topics. First of all, people with disabilities need somebody right in Hudson, not in Stillwater, because if somebody falls, they need help now, not 20 minutes from now. We can't put up plus on human life, and I think Josh and his crew do a wonderful job, and I think everybody needs the opportunity to thrive, so to put unnecessary demands on just like local control. I don't think that's Josh's fault, because I think that's something, if we want, we should develop it as a council. In summary, I'm for keeping a Lakeview, keeping St. Clair EMS, because I had a wonderful friend in the community that died because of something Lakeview did, and I have nothing against Lakeview, but I'm uncomfortable having any provider but St. Clair EMS. God bless Hudson. God bless Wisconsin, and God bless America.
Thank you, Ramsey. Marion.
Hi. I'm Marion Weber. I'm at 604 Grandview Drive in Hudson here. I think I know you've got a really conundrum. I'm Jim Weber's wife, so I hear a lot about the EMS, and I think over a year of some pretty constant attention being given to the issue of EMS and trying to, and moving forward to make the right decision about EMS. The conundrum is that you have a community who wants a Hudson-based EMS. And you all know that. We have a community who maybe isn't willing to pay for a Hudson-based EMS. Maybe. And you have a decision to make that is, and I'm ready for that decision to be made, to be quite frank, within a couple weeks, that's going to determine what happens with the Hudson EMS service. You have a police department to be proud of. And you have an EMS to be proud of. How they have even kind of survived with the pressure that's been put on them and all of the criticism and scab picking that's gone on, instead of trying to do what would be normal for any organization that had any business operating within its organization that was needing support, financial, emotionally, leadership, guidance, and hasn't been able to get that. So instead of building up the EMS, we've been ripping it apart for at least 2 solid years, and probably longer than that. Personally, I think we've lost some good people who probably were much better than we ended up giving them credit for being, just because we were picking at scabs in the EMS department. I just say you have an EMS service that has been grossly abused in a community that wants to keep EMS as Hudson EMS. If other organizations want Hudson EMS, you got to say why. It's got to be because they think they're going to make money from it. And if they can make money from it, so can Hudson. And on the other hand, why do they have to be making money from it? Does the police department make money? I'm forgetting a department here, but our other service organizations, are they money makers? No. So you have a horrible choice to make. You have a horrible choice to make. And the community is not going to be happy if it's not a Hudson EMS. Hudson EMS is not funded properly. Hudson EMS is not supported properly. So you're beating up something that you've been beating up for a long time instead of trying to build it up and make it everything that it can be. Thank you.
Anybody else?
My name is Joy Knudsen. I live in the city of Hudson at 1753 Laurel Avenue. I wish to thank all of our elected officials for the hard work, the many hours you've spent on the subject of the emergency medical service for the city of Hudson. I believe each one of you want what's best for the city. I'd like you to consider 3 stakeholders in the St. Croix EMS system. Number 1, and most important by any measure, is the patient needing emergency care. Number 2 is the city taxpayer, and number 3 is the EMS staff. We need to provide the best quality emergency medical care that's available to our residents. The nature of the U.S. medical system in 2019 is to have consolidated services and consolidated facilities. This allows medical providers to have high-level services while containing costs. It's an advantage to us that the Hudson Hospital became part of the Health Partners system. To me, it only makes sense to utilize the EMS that's affiliated with our local hospital, because they're able to provide service more efficiently due to economy of scale. The Lakeview EMS, which is part of the nonprofit, let's be clear about that, nonprofit Health Partner Network, has proposed a contract for service providing 2 ambulances staffed with 2 paramedics to be available at all times. That level of service would be very difficult for the city of Hudson to afford today and to sustain into the future. In regards to local control, which people have mentioned repeatedly today, and I think that's important, I think local control involves writing a tough contract with some teeth in it, some consequences in it, and then enforce it. That's local control. One of the specific problems that's facing the city of Hudson is that we have a higher percentage of Medicaid and Medicare reimbursed ambulance calls within the city than in our neighboring community municipal partners. As you all know, the St. Croix EMS loses money on each of those runs. That's nobody's fault. It's not the staff's fault. It's just a fact. It is a financial fact. So we lose money on each of those runs, and actually our community municipal partners have actually helped bear the cost in keeping our St. Croix EMS going, because they actually have more insured, privately insured residents than we do. It's statistics. I've got it from the 2010 US Census, if you're interested in further information. So we gradually have been losing some of our current EMS partners, and the city then will have increasing costs because we've lost those partners who do have higher pay and reimbursement rate. So the city's going to have to put in more money to keep the St. Croix EMS afloat. I know that you realize that, and that's why you're talking about things like referendums and levy override. I know that that's a factor for you, but I think we do need to be realistic about the future. Those neighboring communities that have partnered with us have provided more private insurance ambulance calls, and that brings in higher compensation to our St. Croix EMS. The city of Hudson lost an important financial partner when the town of Hudson chose another EMS service. We're going to see a similar impact if North Hudson leaves our partnership. The staff of St. Croix EMS has served our community very well. They are excellent, hardworking paramedics and EMTs. My hat's off to them for the hard work, and I do agree, it probably feels like they've had a lot of criticism because of the ongoing discussion. So they certainly have not caused all those issues, but there are issues before you that you're responsible to decide on. The fact is that our system cannot be sustained any longer. We need to join a larger group which can blend the costs and adjust for the fact that we have fewer privately insured residents than our current neighboring partners. You have a fiscal responsibility as elected officials to the taxpayers of Hudson, Stan, of course, his community, as well as Suzanne, the community that she represents. You need to make a forward-thinking choice. You have a responsibility also to the patients of our emergency medical system to provide the best medical care possible. I'm asking you to do the right thing for our city and to contract EMS with the Lakeview EMS. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else? Gentleman back here.
So I'm Greg Carroll. I'm actually one of the casual medics, but I have more of a question for the council just as I've been listening today. So what I heard everybody say...
Name again?
Greg.
Greg.
Carola.
Carola, and you're from?
A casual medic in Hudson, actually, with St. Croix EMS.
And you're from?
I live in White Bear, actually maybe moving here if this, depending on what you guys do, but more tax money for you. But so my question, just as I'm listening, is I heard a couple of different things about coverage, and I'm just curious what the expectation is, because the RFP, as I understood it, was to basically provide coverage, you tell us how you're going to do it. And then I heard a couple times today where you said you want 2 ambulances in town on a 24/7 basis, which is also okay. But when you look at the numbers, and I've got a lot of different EMS experience, I don't think anybody can provide 2 ambulances to a city this size with this call volume for emergency calls only without some sort of a significant subsidy. I mean, whether you're contracting it through North, it's tax-based to St. Croix, you're paying Lakeview, the demand of having 2 ambulances here is huge, and it will come with a price to somebody. So you have to find other things for those ambulances to do if you're trying to break even, as you know. So I guess my question is, as you're talking about these, when is it acceptable for an ambulance to leave that emergency coverage role in Hudson? And what is it acceptable for them to be doing? So is it okay if it's a transfer out of Hudson Hospital? What if it's out of Westfields? Is it just okay, you just need 1 truck in town all the time? But to me, when I listen to the RFP process, if you're asking to have 24/7 coverage and it's only for 911, that's a very different ask than saying just take care of Hudson and go ahead and leave for transfers and try to have 1 truck here. So I'm just not sure exactly what the ask is. And I think that might help both with the St. Croix proposal and the budgeting and also with contract negotiating with you, where if you need to know what the expectation is in order to move forward, because there may be costs with that if you don't want those ambulances leaving Hudson. So I don't know if you want to answer now, or we can talk it up later, but I think that's something that really needs to be looked at, is exactly what the ask is, because it's not clear at the moment.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Howard Novotny from North Hudson, 730 Woodcrest Drive. Over the past few weeks, I've had the opportunity to poll and interview about 200 of our residents. And of those 200, only a handful want to lose St. Croix EMS. And that's only for financial reasons. They think they're going to be money ahead. But the vast majority, we're talking about 95% of the people I've talked to, want to retain our current EMS situation, and if it's broken, we need to fix it. But that's just an opinion of the citizens. So I wanted to get that out.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Paul Malika, 207 South 17th Street. I came back today again because it's about people's lives. No mistakes, no excuses can be made. I was here last week and asked about negligence to the city now that everybody knows what's going on. That has never been brought up again. It's never been answered. I would like to know if there is negligence, if we're found out to be in the wrong. And I think that's an honest question to answer people. Don't you agree? The other thing I'm up here for is we already heard from EMS stating they have trouble getting help. It's been going on for 10 years. They readily admit it. The other part of this puzzle is the big picture, which is cost. In January and February of this year, when you look up and add Medicare, Medicaid, when they bill the patient, which I would guess would be self-insured, that number in January and February is at 80%. And if I am right about that, that is what we lose money on. How can you run a business or try to look at the city and expect them to cover the cost when you're losing 80% of what you do? I don't get that. I too am a business owner. I don't understand how you think you can make something work when you lose on 80% of what you do. How many of you would go into business with a company that's going to lose 80% of what you're going to do? None of you would. And this has got to be a decision made on facts, not emotions. It's what's best for the city. And like Joy said, the number one thing here is the patient. And it's also the city's financial well-being. That's what counts here. You may say money's not the issue. It will be the issue as years go down the road. This is a problem that will never go away. You're never going to battle the insurance. You can't win at it. And I think that really needs to be brought into consideration here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anybody else? Ron?
Good evening, Ron Howard, 1902 Shasta Drive. I hear all kinds of graphs, and we need this and we need that, and what the whole thing boils down to is, according to what they've done so far in the first 11 weeks, according to the claims, to run the business or run EMS, it costs about 1.2 mil. 1,100 patients, $6,600. $660,000. So you got $600,000 you're going to ask the taxpayer to pay for. And Bill, to get the stuff you're dreaming of, that 600 would probably go to 1.5 million. Because I don't think you can have that kind of service. It'd be great, I agree, but you're asking the taxpayers to pay a lot of money for a good service, obviously, but is it worth it? The service we have now is, according to Josh, is part-time. All of them. They go somewhere else. Pretend they're baseball players and hire them on a contract that they can't work within 200 miles if they leave. There's got to be something. You can't just be training people for 20 years and asking the taxpayers to pay for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Anybody else? All right. I don't know. We get Lakeview up here. Who's got questions for Lakeview? Sarah?
She can start.
I don't wish to start.
Okay.
No, I don't. I'd rather hear everything else first so I can incorporate it all into one thing.
Are they going to come forward?
It probably depends upon what the question is.
Sorry. Okay, so this is just, so what we did, I just over the last few days went back to the original RFP and then I read the city, the town of Hudson's contract that we were given. So the first question is about dedicated coverage. Can you help me clarify this? So, in the original RFP, hold on a second. Oh, I'm sorry. In the original RFP, it talks about dedicated coverage with using the fire protection, the NFPA recommendations, like the standards. So it says when ambulances are assigned to an incident, our on-scene EMS crew will report to the incident commander and will follow the incident commander's direction or assignment to the incident. Lakeview EMS crews are released from the incident when they are cleared by the incident commander. So that's the original RFP. So does that sound accurate?
I think what you're referring to in the RFP is our support for fire and other first responders in the community.
Right, and so, exactly, right. So it just, the point here is that it says that they will follow the incident commander's directions assigned to the incident or be released basically by the commander.
I'll take that. So I'm Bjorn Peterson. I'm an emergency physician with Health Partners, and I'm the medical director for Lakeview EMS. That part of the RFP specifically is dealing with fire-related incidents.
Okay.
So that would not be related necessarily to EMS calls, where those are incidents such as law enforcement incidents, technical rescue, fire, where there's an incident command structure. Lakeview would integrate into that structure and report to the incident commander.
Okay, and so then my follow-up question is, on page 4 of the contract with the town of Hudson, basically it says, under paragraph C, it says, when dedicated coverage as defined in paragraph 8D below is required, fees will be charged. But then you go to D and it says dedicated coverage occurs when an ambulance or crew is required by law to be on site at a special event. An event promoter organization requests Lakeview EMS to be on site at a special event. The dedicated ambulance will leave the dedicated ambulance special event only if the ambulance is the closest ambulance to a life threat, in quotations, call. A standby ambulance will then be moved into the event, which ambulance will remain available to be deployed to other calls. So I'm not sure I'm trying to compare apples and apples. My question is basically, so I'm trying to figure out is, if there's a fire call, and my understanding is that would be dedicated service from the RFP, so this ambulance would report to the fire chief or whoever's in charge at the scene, correct? Are they dismissed by the fire chief, or can they be pulled away for a life-threatening call? Because that's what it seems to say in the contract with the town of Hudson.
So that specific portion is regarding a separate topic. A dedicated incident in that situation is referring to, let's say, a high school football game, maybe if the state requires an ambulance to be on site, or a large community event where the city council determines there must be a dedicated ambulance on site, or a special event, the Somerset Music Festival that occurred over the last 10 years or so. There was requirements in their special use permit that ambulances be available on site. So that's not referring to a fire incident specifically. You're comparing apples to oranges with those two statements.
That's what I was trying to figure out. Thank you. And then can you talk a little bit about, it says a required fee would be charged for a specific event that is
So again, those would be for
coverage?
special events. And John, you can probably answer that better than I can.
Yeah, with the special events, I think the way we have that written in the contract for the town of Hudson is specific to a for-profit type venue. An example would be the Somerset Music Festival.
Okay.
That is a company, a national company that's coming in, bringing lots of people with them, lots of equipment, and they're doing it for a profit. And they have demands by their insurance company for certain levels of care provided at the event 24/7. So in those situations, we're gonna charge a fee for that type of service.
And is that fee to the person putting on the event, or is that fee to the city?
No, it'd be to I think it says in there to the promoter, or.
It just says a fee is required to be charged to the specific event.
Yeah.
Okay.
To the specific event, so it'd be the promoter that's
typical.
responsible.
Okay. No, and I'm not against it, I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
And then my second question is just, and I know I brought this up before, I still have that concern, and I think, Jim, you have that concern too, about the dispatch from St. Croix County, and some of the lag time that happens because that call needs to get to a line in St. Paul first before it's to Lakeview. So just my question is there a way that can be solved? Could it be as simple as just buying if you were in Hudson, could it be as simple as just buying like a pager for your staff, or is there a way that we can reduce that lag time between that?
Yes, absolutely. We, and that would involve, which we're already doing, cooperating with the St. Croix County Dispatch Center to work through the process. What you're talking about is a process that has introduced some delays, and specifics of that, probably not what we need to get into tonight, but there are other county dispatch centers that we partner with that we've been able to work through that process, and it's a little bit more efficient. The bigger issue, though, is that when you have a service like Lakeview that's covering 3 counties, you can't have one dispatch center that's responsible for them that's not also involved in those other counties. Does that make sense? The St. Croix County Dispatch Center is not going to know the status of the Lakeview units. Washington County Dispatch isn't going to know the status of the St. Croix County units. Ramsey County, it goes on and on. So that's where the Alina Dispatch Center comes in and can be a higher level coordinating all of the Lakeview activities across 3 counties. To do that in a way that would only be one dispatch center, we're looking at, linking in every single dispatch center in the country to have access to the status of every other agency's units in order to assign the closest unit response. And that just obviously becomes a technical nightmare, financially and technically. So the point being that, yes, we can work through that with St. Croix County, and we are doing that, and we plan to continue to do that to reduce that lag. That is a concern to us as well.
Do you have a time frame for that? Do you have, in your mind, do you have a sense of, we could solve this problem in X amount of months, or like, what would that take? And the reason I'm asking is because Lake Regions had some of the same issues with the way they worked with different counties, but they figured out a way to fix that. So I'm trying to figure out if their system would maybe work for you. I know it's not, everything's not compatible, but is there a way that could be?
So that specific example, I am aware of that too. So that's something that we would like to discuss. I don't have a timeline.
I don't have a timeline either. Again, we continue to work with St. Croix County on it, and it's the process that they're using. The process that they use to notify us. Again, when we look at the other counties we operate in, the calls are coming out simultaneously. So we're receiving the call the same time the other fire departments and responders are receiving the call. There is no lag time. Sometimes we get it quicker than they are. So it's just a process. It's new to them, and we're trying to work through that. We're not trying to put pressure on them, and we're being respectful for the way that they operate and have been used to operating for years.
Okay. And last question. So for run times, the data that I was looking at was Stillwater. Your Stillwater run times, so for City of Stillwater, 5.3 minute average, which is, I think, excellent. And Stillwater's 9 square miles. Hudson is 7.4 square miles, and the RFP talks about a 5 to 7 minute estimate on run times to the City of Hudson. City of Hudson. So I guess my question would be, if we approached you for a contract, do you think your average run time could be 6 minutes within the City of Hudson?
Yes, I believe that with our coverage that we've initially talked about with 2 ambulances here, I think we can achieve that. Again, that's, I don't know which document you're referring to. Is that the one that has?
I was looking back at the original RFP that was saying 5 to 7 minute run times. That was submitted in November.
Yeah, so when we look at the City of Stillwater, Oak Park Heights, Bayport, and North St. Paul, and I handed out some updated information today, correct, yeah, that shows our response times for everything. So there was a question that came up and I don't remember, there's been a lot of emails back and forth to us, and there was a question about our response times. Were they based on emergency or were they based on all calls? And the original data we gave you was emergency responses, because typically that's what people want to know is what was your emergency response. If you're going routine, we know it's going to be you're subject to traffic and whatnot. So the latest document I handed today includes the all calls. So the reason I picked those 4 cities is they're equivalent to the size, geographic layout, in a sense, to what Hudson would be. And that just shows you a comparison to, I believe we could easily achieve that same response time in this city as we do in those other 4 cities.
And I think also you notice the times actually go down when you include all the interfacility transfers, only because the trucks are based at Stillwater Hospital, at Lakeview Hospital. So you include all of those 0-minute response times in there, and that number actually went down a little bit. So probably not the number to focus on. It would be the number above it that's not highlighted in yellow, is the 911 calls without the interfacility transfers.
Right, and I guess I'm encouraged to hear that you think you could do the average 6 minutes for the city of Hudson, because I think that's, people talk about response times, but for me, I have to look at where's the base and what is the geographic area. And I think both St. Croix EMS and Lakeview response times within the city of Hudson are excellent. So I think that's a credit to both services, actually. So that's all questions I have.
Well, I've got some questions. For this paper here, average response times really aren't a description of the big picture. And that, so what I would really like to see would be a graph of percent of incidents versus response time in minutes, so that we see all of the data, not just the average data. Because that doesn't really give us enough information to be able to.
The fractile response.
Yes.
So, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
In previous data, we've shared so much data with you guys. I don't remember when we gave it to you, what we gave it to you, but I know there was times we gave you over 600 pages of every single call we did and where we started from, and that showed everything. But you remember a couple years ago when I was here, I talked about fractile response times. That's normally what we do, but we got questioned by a lot of people on why do we use fractile. It's confusing to us, so we went with an average because that's what people were asking us for. What's the average going to be? But I look at fractile response times all the time. So, the industry standard is every community is going to have a different response time, but fractile is 90% of the time we're going to make it there in X number of minutes. That's fractile versus average. And I think Jerry mentioned it earlier that, when you use averages, you're throwing out a lot of calls on there. So fractile, your fractile times are going to be way higher than your averages.
Well, I'd like to see the graph so that we can.
I can show you graphs.
I've got a math background,
Yeah.
Sarah's got a math background, Jim's got a math background.
Yeah.
We can understand the information.
And I think I've shared some graphs with you the last time we were here that showed our response times. I might have some, but I'd be glad to do that.
Okay.
I'll just look if you got other questions.
No, I've got other questions. All right, I looked over the operation plan for the town of Hudson, and I'm just wondering where in here does it mention that the ambulances are also available and responding to calls in Minnesota, not just Wisconsin?
So I'll just make a comment on that. With the dynamic deployment, I know there's been a lot of discussion on that. The Wisconsin service area for Lakeview is treated as its own deployment area. So that means that the only time a truck from Hudson would be repositioned across the river is if the Minnesota side is completely out of trucks. Similar to what we do in a mutual aid situation, or if you're calling another community in for station coverage, if your crews are out on a fire or something like that, and they're going to be there for a while. But they are not in the typical rotation through the Minnesota where they're always repositioning every time a Minnesota call comes through. It's only when the Minnesota side is completely out of trucks. And it goes the other way too. More often than not is where you're going to get trucks from Minnesota that are going to backfill every time a truck from Hudson goes out on a call.
Right, but
unless
the
Minnesota's
operational
out of trucks.
plan says that you've got 4 ambulances, 3 that are 24/7 and 1 that's 16. But it doesn't mention anything about those ambulances responding to calls in Minnesota. So it appears that all of these ambulances are available to only to Wisconsin, and I'm just wondering why that wasn't addressed.
No, it's, so, again, you got to read the state statute and the administrative rules that go with each one of the RFPs. You know, each category has a reference code to it, so you got to go in and read the administrative rule or the statute on that, and it gives you the specific instructions on how to respond to that question. And there is no definition of where the ambulance is coming from. It's how many ambulances are available for the call.
Okay.
So, again, there's no definition is it coming from Minnesota or Wisconsin, and there's no rule that says it has to be in Wisconsin. It has to be available for calls.
I think what I'd like to clarify is the reason that it says 4 ambulances, because if the Hudson ambulance goes out on a call, one of the Minnesota ambulances will come in and backfill Hudson. So you could potentially have any one of those 4 ambulances in service at a given time positioned in the city of Hudson for a call.
Okay, so presently, when you take a transfer, where is that ambulance positioned that comes in to backfill?
It would be coming from Stillwater, and it would be dispatched to cover the Hudson base at the same time that the transfer is paged out to the ambulance stationed at the hospital.
And where is it positioned? What does your dynamic deployment model say that it's going, all right, so let's say that you've got your other 3 ambulances available. You've got 1 ambulance that's taking this transfer. Where will that ambulance that is supposed to be covering Hudson, where will that be positioned?
It will park at the hospital in the same place that the transferring ambulance just vacated.
Okay, and is that how things have worked every single transfer?
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, I can't say every single transfer, because we've had transfer or calls where the ambulance at the hospital gets a transfer. The ambulance from Stillwater is moving over here, and that ambulance gets a call.
Okay, so
it's
then what
gotta go
happens?
to the call. Then the next truck comes over here. So this is our Wisconsin operation is the last operation to have ambulances leave the city. Meaning if we have all ambulances available, or there's always one here in the city until we're down to 1 ambulance. And then we move across the river and sit across the river. And then we're covering the whole thing.
Okay, how do you interpret the state law that says that you have to cover Hudson when you're doing a transfer? Do you interpret it as having an ambulance here in Hudson?
It is in here. It is here in Hudson.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, because I've seen that.
Again,
sometimes when you've been out on transfers and you've got ambulances coming from Stillwater. Why is that?
Well, because they're on their way here to cover. So they're on their way here to cover the area. You know, calls come in back to back. You can get them one right after the other. You can get them simultaneously. There's going to be times that happens. It happens to the current service today, you know, and then they have to rely on mutual aid if they're out of trucks. So we follow the rules of the state that say you cannot do interfacility transfers unless you have a truck to provide 911 at the same level that's doing the transfer.
Okay, so you're interpreting that as you can have the transfer go out while the other ambulance is on its way to Hudson.
Yes, because it is available to cover the area.
And we've discussed this plan with the state of Wisconsin too, and they said that what we are doing is completely consistent with the statutes. Ray Lemke is the gentleman who oversees this region for EMS, and I've spoken with him directly.
Okay.
Can I interject a quick thing? I think just for comparison purposes, what we're talking about is what exists now, but in the proposal, that's different than what exists now, correct?
Correct. In the
You have
proposal.
two ambulances in the proposal.
Correct. In the proposal, there'd be 2 ambulances, so if one of them goes on a transfer, you still have that truck at the hospital available for calls. You're adding an additional truck to the mix, yes.
Okay, so let's say that there's an ambulance on a transfer out of Hudson. You've got the second ambulance here, and all your ambulances get used in Minnesota. Then where will you be positioning the ambulance that's in Hudson?
I like yours better. It's on Highway 95, just across the river.
And what do you do today? What happens today if that happens?
That's a good question for Josh.
What happens if we're out of trucks?
Mhm.
And we have to, and.
Well, you would
so
call mutual aid, right?
We'll call mutual aid, so we will either move a service up halfway to cover our area, like River Falls will come up halfway,
Mhm.
or we'll ask Lakeview for mutual aid. Just depends on who we know who's busy and who's not busy.
Mhm.
Following up on that interfacility transfer, are some of these emergencies, or is that considered different than a
Yes.
transfer?
An emergent transfer, so something like a STEMI or a heart attack where there's a major trauma, an unstable critically ill patient where there's a time-sensitive intervention that needs to be performed at a hospital that Hudson can't provide. Those are separate from the scheduled, and that's always been the rule too. If you come into Hudson with a heart attack and you need to get into St. Paul for an angiogram or a stent, even if there's only one truck left in the service area, whether it's St. Croix EMS or Lakeview EMS, that truck can take that transfer because you're taking something that's known, a risk that is present right now, versus a theoretical risk of having another call come in while that truck is out of the service. Most of the transfers are not emergent. There's only a very few specific instances where it is an emergent transfer like that.
Is it still considered, is it in that number of 600 or so transfers that occur out of this hospital?
Yes, those would be considered interfacility transfers, but
Still,
they're
okay.
processed through the 911 system a lot of times, so they're
Okay.
dispatched emergent, the same a 911 call would be.
Can I ask a question about the future? So there's a portion in the Town of Hudson's contract that says the number of ambulances and personnel utilized by Lakeview EMS to perform EMS services in the service area may, in the hospital's sole discretion, increase over time to accommodate increasing run volume in the service area and will be increased if performance standards are not being met. So I guess my question, what I'm thinking is, and I think what Bill's referring to before is a long-term sort of solution. So my question is, as we continue to grow here in western Wisconsin and the whole area, what would be, in your minds, what would be the rules kind of, or the numbers for, if we contracted with you, when you might need to add a third ambulance? How does that work in terms of thinking through that equation?
That's a good question. There's a couple of different variables that we look at. Obviously, number one is a contract. If we have a contract with a community and we're not able to meet that contract because of volume requirements, we need to react to that. Mm-hmm. And the reaction to that is we gotta add a resource to it. That's our obligation. That's why it's in the contract, and that's what we would do. The decision that I make to increase trucks is the number of mutual aid calls we have to give away per year. Mm-hmm. There is no national standard on how many mutual aid calls are acceptable to a service, but our threshold has always been around 150 a year out of our 7,000 calls a year. We start to think about utilizing or increasing our staffing levels. However, that 150 really doesn't make any difference if we're at 100 and it's during certain peak times of the day. Mm-hmm. Then we probably need to react to that peak time of the day, because you know, we're relying on other services then to pull their resources to cover ours.
Mhm.
So there's not a really good, solid indication on when you need to do it.
Mhm.
And you have to base it on historical data and current response data. And medical direction,
And that's
too.
exactly what Jerry was talking about too, with the
Mhm.
continuous quality improvement, monitoring all of those variables.
And would that be something the advisory board, you know, for the city would give input on, and if, in the future, if we said, hey, you know, it's really getting tight with the two, can we start thinking about the third kind of thing? Okay.
I have a few questions. Do you mind if I? Going back to special events, we're talking about for-profit events, how that would be charged. Can you talk a little bit about nonprofit events and city events and high school
Yeah.
football games?
So we, I don't want to say every weekend, but almost every single weekend, starting mid-April through mid-October, we almost have an event going on every weekend in one of our communities. And under my leadership, we have always either added resources to help cover that event. So just a simple example would be Marine on the St. Croix. It's 12 miles from Lakeview Hospital. It's a very small community, but during their 4th of July parade, they attract thousands of people up there. We move 2 ambulances. We staff extra for the full day, and we move 2 ambulances up into that community that probably only do 40 calls a year. But again, when we know there's an event happening, I want to have our resources as close to that event as I can, because I don't want 5,000 people standing there waiting 10 minutes for an ambulance to get there. You know, it's an image thing as much as it is for the best care for the community. So we staff extra for that. So we do that for special events. That's at no cost to the community. That's our responsibility. That's my belief in our responsibility to be a good provider to the community to do that.
Walk me through, though, so you have 2 staffed ambulances here in Hudson, right?
Correct, yep.
And we have a football game that we need coverage or
Yep.
whatever. Are you suggesting that you are staffing an ambulance just for that event?
Correct.
While the 2 are still here?
Yep. So,
Okay.
So the football games in the state of Wisconsin, high school, are required by state to have an ambulance present while the game is happening.
Sure.
Or the appropriate responders. So I'll give Somerset as the example. So we have an ambulance at Somerset all the time, but someone does get hurt, and then we need to transport the ambulance. We need to get another ambulance over there. If it's an urgent thing where that ambulance needs to leave, legally, the school is still protected under the law as long as the Somerset Fire is still there on scene. And I don't know how it works here in Hudson. I don't know that the fire department, I'm guessing they don't go to the games? No. Yeah, so it's different here, so it would be a requirement for us to have the ambulance there.
Understood.
So we, on those, you know, Somerset, I think there's 4 games a year. Stillwater, there's 4 games a year. North St. Paul, there's 4 games a year. So it's not a hardship for us to cover those events. And we do that in kind. We do not charge for that service.
So if we were to contract you, going on a different topic, thank you. If we were to contract with you and our base, we have a base at Hudson Hospital, right?
Yep.
Where exactly is your staff reporting? Are they reporting to Lakeview and then coming over here, or are they reporting to Hudson?
No, they'll report right to Hudson. So that's how we operate today. So the ambulance is at Hudson Hospital 24/7, 365. Well, not yet, it's only been 3 months, but that's the plan. They drive here and report here. So we clock in on an electronic system, so they clock in on a computer. that's connected with all the health partner organizations, and that's where we do the crew changes.
Gotcha. The next question actually is 2 questions that I just received response on today, and I wanted to clarify that because I don't know that that got to the rest of the council members. And the question relates to, if we were to contract with you, your proposed building, what does that longevity look like for that building that you would propose to build? I mean, is it a 20-year lifespan, 30?
Interesting question. We're building that building with the intent that it's long-term. It was hard for me to put a life expectancy on it. Sure. 30 to 40 years. We hope that we take care of it well enough for it to last that long. Gotcha. Our intention is that that's a long-term commitment. It's part of our ED expansion project in Hudson, and it will be built specifically for EMS.
And that was my follow-up question in the email. I'll send it to everybody too. We're building a fire station, as you know, and that's like a 100-year building they're calling it? Scott? Like a 50-year, but they call it 100 or whatever. So I guess my question was just back to the longevity, just to see what that long-term usage of that space would be.
Simply put, it's intended to be long-term. This is not a Band-Aid solution. We are doing it right. Not very often do you get a chance to build ground up so we can include the amenities that are necessary for comfortable living for medics when they aren't out in the ambulance, rooms, kitchenette, heated garage.
Any kind of time frame, or is it waiting sort of through this process as to what?
We are going to build a solution regardless. So we have a commitment to the town of Hudson. We'll just scale it differently.
Sure.
If we have one ambulance. It is going to be a scalable building. You know, it's easy. I won't say easy to add on, because in construction these days that's not possible. But
built with enough space to do
add-ons.
Mm-hmm.
Besides the obvious that nothing is for free in this world, what cost would it be to us for that building? 0, right?
To you? Yeah,
Us.
Nothing.
As a community, as
No.
a city, the taxpayer.
Right. Correct. 0.
0. Okay.
I'd like to go back to the, touch on that communications issue again. And I got the reports from St. Croix County Communications Center. And in looking at the numbers when they dispatched the call, and it's different than yours because you don't have that listed here. But it disturbed me, because when I look at the numbers, and I didn't do like Sarah and do seconds and everything, I just said, okay, that's a half a minute. And that was the most I got. But under 10 minutes, which is, I mean, that's close. You have a contractual number with the town of Hudson. There were 7 calls that were under 10 minutes. There were 24 that were over 10. And so when I'm looking at when St. Croix County dispatched the call, which is different than your numbers, and that I think that gets back to, we have to solve that issue. I mean, to me, you're not viable for this community with that, with that kind of lag time. That's not acceptable, and that has to be resolved. And I don't know the solution to that, and and I talked to Steve Takash a number of times about this issue and what can we do and what can be done, and I know you guys have as well. So, but it's a critical, to me, is a very, very critical piece, because response time is, in some people's eyes, that's number one, way ahead of medical care. It's number one is response time, getting someone there. So that's these numbers upset me, I guess, and I would be glad to sit down and go with you, go through them. But you have access to the same information, just not part of your system, and you have to just hand crank it out. So
I appreciate that you see an issue with that, and I would look for your support as community leaders to help us get a resolution to that and get the appropriate times on there. I definitely think there's a solution to it, and we could use your support in doing that. The other thing the reason the times aren't on the one I gave you today, it's not a full month. I didn't want to call Terry Anderson and ask him for data for the 26 days and then call him next week to get the rest of the data. So this was data I presented to the town of Hudson yesterday. And I told them the same thing, that when I report back again to them, we'll include those times on there. Because we're not hiding the times. We want you to see the times. But the reason they're not there today is I don't have them. So, not that we're trying to hide anything.
What do you want us to do? How do you want us to, what conversation do you want us to have with the county?
I would like to maybe take that offline.
Okay.
If we could.
Okay. There is a solution, though.
I think there is. Would you agree?
Absolutely, yeah.
And simple, difficult, costly?
Yeah, it's, this is you're talking about, again, a municipal county organization that manages the dispatch center, and us working together with them, trying to get into their intricate dispatch details. It's worked with other counties. We just have to work it out with this specific county and their specific workflow.
Okay.
If I may, that sounds like maybe that's potentially a contract negotiation type of a conversation. Is that a fair statement?
I guess it could be. I don't know that that's our intent
Okay.
of bringing that up, but yeah.
I've got a question, and I'm not sure.
Must have been doing that for a while.
Suzanne put her hand up.
Oh,
Yeah, I do have a question. The town of Hudson's contract, I think, has a mutual 120-day termination by either party. Is that correct?
Yeah, I read that.
Yeah. So, okay, let's say that this isn't financially feasible for you after a couple of years, or, however long. That means that you could back out of the contract in 120 days if we had the same, that same thing in this contract for the city and partners that are.
I think our commitment, if you read that contract, is a 10-year commitment minimum
I'm going to interject,
with
sir.
the town of Hudson.
The language here says at least 120 days prior to the end of the initial term, which I believe is the 10 years.
10 years.
Right, and
So
so
10
after
years
10
and 120 days. Correct.
After 10 years, you could.
And, yeah, yep.
Okay, and.
That's the
any
initial term
time
of that
after
contract is 10 years.
Okay, and any time after that.
You would re-enter into a new
We
contract.
would re-enter
Okay.
into, yeah.
All right.
Yep.
So every 10 years, you could give a 120-day notice.
We're not interested in running on 120-day contracts, so that's why we went with a 10-year contract, similar to the one we started with
Okay.
the city of Hudson a few years ago.
I don't have the contractors, but, so I didn't.
I, as you, trust the legal team to help with that.
Okay. Bill?
I raised my hand.
Yeah.
Sorry about
Well,
that.
no, that's not a problem. No, not that you need to raise your hand, but Suzanne has been patiently waiting. You've been very quiet all day.
Thought of a question here.
I'm not sure
Thought
if
one
this
was
is a
sick.
proper question that can be answered. Can you elaborate a little bit more on your starting wage for your employees?
I can. What's your specific question?
What that number is?
So I gave you a range, and I think what's interesting about how we pay our medics, and John can give the detail when it goes into a schedule, all our paramedics that are full-time are hired at a 1.2 FTE. So 0.2 of their FTE is actually paid at an overtime rate.
Okay.
So you can do the math. It's not as simple as giving you a range.
Giving you an, okay. Okay. But you can't talk to a specific.
That's based on 48 hours a week
Right.
of
1.2.
coverage to cover the 2 people on an ambulance 24 hours a day.
It's a nice way of saying no, Bill.
Well, 12-hour shifts?
No, I think he was giving you the formula to figure it out, because I think we gave you the ranges, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
The shifts are variable, 8, 12, 24. No one goes beyond 16. Yeah.
Bless you.
16,
Got
24.
it, got it.
So 8-hour blocks, and then however you split that up.
Cool. Can you elaborate a little bit about the first responder program that is currently in the town of Hudson, or are you helping to?
Yeah, so the first responders that have always been in the town of Hudson are still in the town of Hudson. We have talked to the state about putting them under our operation, but currently they're under the St. Croix EMS operation because they function in more than just that township. I don't have a number of people. We've had one meeting. We had 4 people show up. On average, it's about 50% of the time we see a first responder on scene. We've had as many as 3 responders on specific calls. And there's 2, one that's seems to be making most of the calls. So our goal is to build that program up. So with the help of the town of Hudson, we are going to have them do some promoting to get that group bigger and more of a defined group of people. Because right now we're not really sure who's really part of that group.
Okay.
So
as my
does that
point,
answer your question?
It does, because one of my points obviously is starting a first responder program in the city, no matter the outcome of this decision that we make. If we were to contract with you, again, I want to clarify, it could fall under your licensure.
It has to.
Has to. And what are the minimum requirements of that person?
Emergency medical responder now is the new terminology for first responder. I think the state still has a scope of practice for first responder. It's different. It's a little bit less than emergency medical responder. I don't know. Do you know the hours of that training?
I think it's 40 to 50 hours of training. It's basic first aid with a little bit of expansion on some of the skills, and then they would be under the training of Lakeview EMS.
Gotcha. So I could ask my wife to be a first responder then?
Yeah, we'd love to.
Right on. Paid? If we were to look at a volunteer program, first responder, I'm sorry, if we were to look at a first responder program and we were looking at doing something that was maybe perhaps a paid, could there be conversation of how that could be handled through Lakeview, or would that be a decision that we would make under the cities?
Yeah, I guess in all the operations that we do, our first responders are volunteers unless they're on a specific fire department, and I think a lot of them are doing it in kind. I don't think they're getting a wage. I could be wrong, but
okay.
That's typically how that works.
Gotcha. So to answer that question, would probably be if we wanted to run a paid, that would be the city's decision.
If that's something you guys decide to do, we would love to support you with that, with the training and
perfect,
and the supply support and whatever goes along with that.
Got it. Thank you.
Well, I'd just like to add that Troy doesn't have any first responders, so if we went with this instead of St. Croix EMS, we would have to develop program 2, and currently, there's an advanced vehicle with a medic in it that responds, and we're not that far away, so it's worked out. So that would be a concern. We'd have to build up a first responder group.
In my conversations that I've been having, it's really dependent on the community. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but you can choose not to have first responders. You can choose to. It's not a have to. Is that a fair?
River Falls just did away with theirs, right?
In North Hudson, you're using police officers and
Correct.
There's a number of models. Some don't do it. Some even in Twin Cities, there are some communities that don't have first responders.
Sure. Some are volunteers, some are paid fire departments, some are.
Well, we don't have a fire department, or we have your fire department,
right.
And we don't have a police department, of course. So that would be a concern, unless there were first responders associated with your fire department that could cover Troy.
Sure.
Gotcha. I think it's worth clarifying too, just for the public, that, I mean, our police squads, is that every police squad has an AED? Yes. And you guys do first responders to cardiac and stroke by and large, is that correct? Yes.
I would say too that those are the two of the more time critical things where those response times really are proven to make a difference and improve survival, improve outcomes. So, you know, there's even mobile apps now that you can use so citizens can respond to cardiac arrest, see where the location of the AED is, and start CPR ahead of even the first responders who might be there. So that's absolutely excellent that the city of Hudson does that already.
Just a, excuse me, just a general question on mutual aid. I'm just trying to put myself in your shoes, and I'm thinking, or help me think through this. What I'm thinking is, if I had 5 ambulances and I was covering, you know, part of Minnesota, part of Wisconsin, my tendency would be, if I send an ambulance here, I send an ambulance there, my tendency would probably be to want to cover a call with an ambulance in the system, like the Lakeview system. But that may not always be possible, right? So we have mutual aid. So what I'm trying to figure out is what helps you decide that as you're kind of going through taking calls with, I know it's tricky because things are moving around, but like at what point do you reach out and just say, hey, we just got to get a quicker response with a mutual aid piece?
Yeah, and so it's going to be for some of those time-sensitive critical calls. So back to the different counties' segregated dispatch processes, Ramsey County, Washington County, St. Croix County. A line of dispatch knows where all of the Lakeview trucks are at any given time. They don't know, you know, if the Hudson Hospital truck is out on a call and the Stillwater truck is just starting to reposition over and now there's a call in Hudson, the town of Hudson, a line of dispatch doesn't know where St. Croix EMS is. For all they know, they could be out on a call too. So a line of dispatch automatically will dispatch mutual aid if Lakeview is out of trucks, or if the medic on the Lakeview truck thinks that maybe there might be a closer agency that would be more appropriate, especially for those time critical situations. There have been times too, we were talking about this today, where another agency is monitoring and they hear a critical call go out and they offer, hey, we're closer, do you want us to take the call? And you know, that's not generally how things work, but for cardiac arrests, for strokes, sure, for, you know, those kinds of things, unresponsive, those are the critical calls.
I want to make sure I heard that correctly. I think you were saying that Alina will actually make the call for many of the mutual aid?
So we have those pre-built, Matt Milder with Lakeview again for you guys.
Yeah.
Those pre-built agreements. But if I could just go back, just one little tiny point of clarification or a technique point. A lot of times what our dispatchers will do is if we have a truck that is available but maybe not in the greatest position to get to that call, they'll start that truck and then they'll advise the crew that, hey, I know you're responding from a little ways away. I'm checking on mutual aid right now. So they would make a call to check if someone is available. If they are available, all right, go ahead and cancel. They're closer. You're off the call. If they're not, we already have started them. They're already on the way. Hopefully they've gained some ground and get there that much quicker.
And that's an automated process from a line of dispatch that doesn't require any approval or paramedic involvement.
So, and that I like that. Now, for our communication piece, all right, in our last meeting, I believe, the special meeting, Sarah made a very good point about communication with the St. Croix EMS or St. Croix dispatch. If they're the ones that are, should they be the ones that are actually making the call about calling for mutual aid right away rather than waiting for our ambulances to make that call instead of the dispatcher, all right? So are you saying that Alina, in cases, they know where your ambulances are at, they know that you don't have an ambulance that can get to where the call that just came in is originated from, they will make that call right there and then to go out to mutual aid?
We feel that's best practice. So the arrangement is already made, the agreement's already made with that service. We feel that's best practice, that they make the decision in the dispatch center. I can tell you as a former street medic, you got plenty going on while you're out dealing with your other calls
Right.
to be making a decision on who needs to respond to that call or a specific address. So it's a predetermined decision.
So this gets back to a conversation that we want to have offline, I guess. But is the communication fix that you guys would like to implement over here, would that accommodate that same thing?
I guess.
So if we had the communication fix going into St. Croix Dispatch, you know where your ambulances are. Can you guys make that call right away rather than waiting for the medics to say, we can't go on that call, call mutual aid? You would be able to make that call by looking at your screen and having that direct communication with St. Croix EMS. Is that fix possible where we could do that?
I think so I'm not sure I quite understand, but that's already happening and the dispatcher is making that decision, not the medic in the truck.
Where?
In Alina, for Lakeview. Are you talking about the?
I'm talking about St. Croix Dispatch, where we've seen that in the call that we were looking at a week ago, the medic had to tell the dispatch that they should call for mutual aid. Okay, and I think Sarah's point at that point was that that's critical time and shouldn't. And forgive me if I'm misstating what you said, Sarah, but I think this is what you had said. Wouldn't it be better if the dispatch unit were in a situation, in a place where they could actually make that call and you didn't have that wasted time between?
I absolutely agree with you on that. St. Croix County does not have the technology right now to track the vehicle's
Right.
GPS positions through their CAD.
My
so that would
question
be an
was, the communication piece fix that we were talking about that you thought we can't talk about in public, would that take care of that, and would somebody be able to make that call immediately then?
I just want to clarify my comment to take that off. I don't want to be talking about the process at St. Croix County Dispatch because they're not here. Okay. It's not fair to bring that up. And
sure.
And I'd be glad to sit down and talk with you guys about it, include them in on it, so everyone's at the table and not. That's the only.
Not that we have bad things to say.
No, and I didn't. Right. That's why I didn't want to
right.
talk about it here and have someone misunderstand what I'm saying.
Okay.
There's a number of issues that
Yeah.
Okay.
go along with that.
So you didn't quite answer that question.
No, I'm still waiting for an answer.
And I can answer that. Ramsey County has the same CAD system that St. Croix County is using, correct?
Not yet.
Not yet.
No, they will in 2021, I believe.
Okay. Ramsey County is doing that. They're calling it closest unit dispatching for confirmed structure fires and for cardiac arrests, where regardless of the jurisdiction, they will send the closest available unit in addition to the normal assignment that would be dispatched to that call. So in the city of Roseville, you might get a St. Paul Fire paramedic ambulance that responds first, as well as when Roseville is dispatched, and then Alina would also be dispatched into that city as well because that's their service area. So that's happening already in Ramsey County. The technology and solution is there.
Cool. I think that's good. And,
I had a follow-up question on how. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to raise my hand.
Go ahead.
Walk me through how that works with St. Croix County. You said that Alina makes that call. So Alina currently in St. Croix County is then re-picking up the phone and calling St. Croix Dispatch to make the call for mutual aid?
After dispatching the Lakeview truck just to get started,
Yep.
then yes, they pick up the phone and call back to St. Croix County.
That's the communication piece
Correct.
that we're talking about.
Yep.
Or the first.
Or the
while
first
we're on
call,
The first
yeah.
call. They know we're out of trucks or we're out of position.
Sure.
They will request, our dispatch will request to St. Croix County, please start mutual aid, and they will tell them because it's pre-built. The address populates on the computer.
Oh, I see.
St.
So they're
Croix
having
EMS
that conversation
is the
in
mutual
that
aid.
conversation.
Yeah.
So St. Croix County doesn't have to guess who it's going to be. Our dispatch says we need St. Croix EMS mutual aid to 1234 Main Street. Happens like that. Now, and the difference would be if you know, of the 4 ambulances, our dispatcher looks on the screen and says, I got a Lakeview ambulance that's 2 minutes away from Hudson Hospital. They may get on the air and say, are you guys going to be able to turn around to take another call? That's another variable that could happen. So again, because the technology's there, they can see that in real time, they can make that decision. So then that would be a time, if the ambulance says no, based on our condition of our patient, we can't make a turnaround, then they'll call the dispatcher back. But usually that's done on the very first call. And another example too, just 2 weeks ago, we had, our Stillwater truck was clear in Hudson, heading back to Stillwater because the Hudson ambulance was back at the hospital. They got down to 94 and 95 and they got assigned a call in Scandia. It was 2 weeks ago during a snowstorm day.
Man.
Our crew told our dispatch that we're way out of position for that. And our dispatch said, you are the only ambulance available in the entire area for that call. It was out of our area. It was mutual aid for North Memorial. But that's an example where our crews will say, we can't make that call, someone else should probably do it. And in that situation, we were the only responding unit, so available.
We'd heard earlier, something that surprised me a little bit, I guess, was that our full-timers, it's our full-time people, it's like a second or third job, potentially for them. How about your guys? Do you know? Is it, do they have other jobs? I'm sure some of them do, but can you kind of get into that a little bit?
I would say of our full-time staff, off the top of my head, I would say less than 10% have another job.
This is a career for them.
And that's the way we've designed it, is to be a career. That's something that I'm in John's ear all the time about, making sure that it's a career path, that it's one, competitive wages, that it's setting up education opportunities, that it's ensuring that they have the best equipment, the best trucks. They want to stay at Lakeview, and that's what we're trying to set up for them, to make sure that this is a career for them.
Okay. We've heard about rate increases, that after listening to Jerry and seeing the proposal, that the latest proposal, they're looking at projected 8% increases for the next several years. Have you guys had any rate increases recently in the last few years? What were they? Any projected increases for the future?
I'm not going to quote a percent increase. I've never heard of an 8% increase for EMS. Typically, they're around that 3% mark. Every year, we compare ourselves to the other services across the metro, including Western Wisconsin, to make sure that we're market competitive. We don't want to be the top, we don't want to be the bottom, but find a sweet spot in the middle. So we're market competitive across the metro in our service area. And we look at that every year.
One of the things that impressed me, and I want to visit this again, because we've heard from the council, several members here, who have talked about thinking that we need to spread the cost of the program across the community, more or less, I think. I don't want to say this wrong either, but I presume it's to be able to help take care of our folks that are at a poverty level, that are indigent, and need some type of financial assistance, which was one of the questions that I had for Josh about our program and what we do. And of course, anything that when we put people on a payment plan, for example, or we forgive them, and we haven't really forgiven that many people from what I understand. And so I think Josh had said about $4,000 over the last 2 years, if I'm correct on that. But I was impressed with what you do for a poverty program and how you help the people that really can't afford these rides. Obviously, if they're not covered by Medicaid, Medicare, no insurance, it's an expensive bill. I guess I disagree that if you can't afford $2,400, you can't afford $1,200, but which is what we heard a little earlier. But I still want to make sure that our folks out there that are not covered by any of these insurance programs are going to be covered to some extent, and aren't going to have to pay an arm and a leg to take an ambulance ride. Can you go through that poverty program again, please? And am I calling it the correct thing? Or?
Well, charity care. It's
Charity
called
care.
a lot of different things. I did, I hope you all still have it. I gave you a document, I believe in January, that outlined not only our cash pay discount, but also our scale, sliding scale, depending on how you hit the federal poverty limits. And
How much money have you spent on that?
well, there's a couple different numbers. Our charity care. So if you are uninsured and you get that cash discount or can't pay that bill, we, as a nonprofit, that's one of our obligations to taxpayers, is that we provide that. And I think the number I gave you guys in January was about $67,000, $68,000 a year that we provide for charity care. Okay, so that's uninsured or cash pay, and that's 58% right off the charge master. So there's also a different number, and I think I included that on there as well, the sliding scale. So however you hit that federal poverty level, whether you pay 75%, 50%, 25%, or 100% of the bill, depending on where that lands. So I think federal poverty level, but there could be a fact checker somewhere here, but it's in that $25,000 range per year for a family of 4. If someone wants to verify that for me, but I think it's right around 25. So if you're at 200% of the federal poverty limit, simple math would say that's $50,000, you pay 0.
Any idea to what extent you subsidized?
Someone have the sheet that I handed to you last week?
I'm
It's in that
asking you a
300.
question of information I was supposed to.
300 and some thousand, $300 and some $1,000.
I have $380,000 that you get, 380,000.
308? Okay.
308,000.
But I believe that was over 2 years, but that should give you an indication of where we're at with charity care and discount care.
Right.
Okay, I think that's important. You know, if we were trying to institute a plan like that here, obviously that goes back to the taxpayers.
And I do want to stress, that is an obligation of a nonprofit. That is one of the things that we have to do and we commit to doing.
Okay.
Okay.
I have a question, just in terms of healthcare. Are there any plans? I hear paramedicine is something that's new and up and is that something in your long-range plan, or?
Yes.
And more specifically to Hudson, you know, is that what education opportunities would you be able to service our community with a paramedic?
So I think you're referring to community paramedicine?
Yes, I am.
And I can tell you that's already in place in the city of Hudson right now. That's through Health Partners. That's separate from Lakeview EMS. They're hospital employees of Regions Hospital, but we have 7, there's 4 full-time and then a handful of casual community paramedics that work for Regions Hospital. 3 or 4 of them live in western Wisconsin. One of them way up north of Amory area.
Gotcha.
So we are set up already to do some post-hospital discharge home visits for people coming out of Lakeview Hospital, even who live into western Wisconsin. And we have a meeting coming up in a couple weeks to discuss Hudson Hospital, Westfield Hospital, and the other communities in the area.
Gotcha.
And that's, we could talk, that's a separate conversation, but I'm a big proponent of that, absolutely.
Gotcha. Yeah, I really like the community education piece too, not just maybe community paramedicine, but are there opportunities that staff can sort of do any kind of trainings with people and within the community?
CPR classes,
Yeah.
School, Stop the Bleed campaign, absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
Narcan for overdoses.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Anybody else? Sarah?
I think my question is for Nathan. Can you,
Use your mic, sir.
oh, sorry. I know at one point you explained the governance structure of Lakeview EMS, and I'd like to hear about that again.
Okay, before I do that, I do want to clarify the numbers that I talked to about charity care and discounts
thanks.
to the uninsured. Those are reversed.
Oh, they are, okay.
So discounts to the uninsured are the 380.
Okay.
Charity care is a 66.
Okay.
There you go. So the organizational structure of Lakeview?
Yes, and the governance.
Okay.
Who makes the decisions?
So last week I sent you all a document. I don't have a copy of that in front of me, so I'm going off as much of this as I can. Our organizational structure, and I'll talk about from Lakeview EMS up through the board of directors for Lakeview Hospital. So John and Matt are the operational leaders in the department. They report up through me as vice president, and I report up through Ted Weigleitner as president and CEO of Lakeview Hospital in the St. Croix Valley. We all are under the governance of a community board. That community board in Lakeview consists of 9 community members, 3 physicians, and 3 health partners representatives. When I say health partners, I'm talking about health partners across the whole organization. So we are governed by that board. So while they don't make operational decisions, they don't tell John how to staff an ambulance, they don't tell us how to deploy or cover, but they do support us when we have resource needs, staffing needs, whether or not to respond to an RFP for the city of Hudson. They will help us make those decisions and support us in those.
But they don't own Lakeville EMS?
No, they don't own.
Okay.
No,
Just
we're
wanted
not
to make sure
we're a
that-
nonprofit organization.
So but Health Partners is definitely a key player.
Well, definitely, and if you want to take that organizational structure up another level, Ted reports up through Megan Remark at Regions, and she reports eventually to Andrea Walsh, and this is all out there.
Mhm.
And they have a board of directors that governs Health Partners overall.
Mhm.
Now, they don't get involved in day-to-day operations
Right.
of
I understand.
EMS.
Yeah.
Now, Hudson Hospital, I do want to clarify, John and Matt are part of the leadership team at Hudson Hospital, not as an official reporting structure, but because we provide care in their facility, we partner with the leaders in Hudson Hospital, so they're reporting the same types of stuff we talk about here, response time, staffing levels, things that don't go so well, things that go great. And they report up through Tom Borowski and the community board that governs Hudson Hospital. Okay.
So how long, so Lakeview EMS is its own entity?
They're part of the hospital, correct.
Part of the hospital.
Mhm.
Is it its own, it's not its own entity, it's part of the hospital? It's a
Yep.
department?
It's a department in the hospital.
Okay.
Yep, one of the ancillary departments.
Okay.
Just like pharmacy is, just like lab, just like imaging, we have EMS.
Okay. So, question about how long has that structure been in place with Health Partners? I mean, is that just a forever, it's been there forever and it's gonna go into perpetuity, or?
Well, I've been here 3 years, and it's been all of that. Bjorn, I
Yeah,
think,
so Health Partners acquired Lakeview Health in 2011, and before that, Lakeview Health was its own independent organization, but the hospital management structure that John could probably speak to more, he's been around longer, has not changed since Health Partners. At least internally within Lakeview Hospital, the structure has remained relatively the same. Some of the faces have changed out, but the oversight within the hospital has remained the same. Correct. I'm correct in saying that, yeah.
Given your description of the organization, it would seem, I guess I'm wondering how the decision was made for Lakeview to take the transfers out of Hudson Hospital, since they're separate entities. It had to go up then through the health partner structure.
they're not separate entities in that regard. We have an ambulance that is parked in the garage 70 feet away from the entrance to the hospital.
It is
Yes.
now, but when you made the decision a couple months ago.
The decision to take the transfers was concurrent on the date that we put that ambulance in that garage. So we have medics that are sleeping in the room across the hall from the ED. The ambulance is parked in that garage. It made sense from a continuity of care perspective for us to take our own business
health partners
and provide those. Yep. Mhm.
Anybody else?
So what happens to Health Partners if there's a change in our national healthcare system? I know that's a big...
I am not prepared to answer that question. So
I can maybe just give a very high level. Health Partners is a little bit unique, and this isn't a commercial for Health Partners, but if you look at organizations, care delivery organizations, and we'll say Minnesota, because that's where Health Partners is based, the Alinas, the Fairviews, Hennepin County, North Memorial. Health Partners is unique in that they also have the insurance plan as part of the organization. So they're separate divisions, but you have the payer side of healthcare and the delivery side of healthcare under the same organization in an effort to control costs. So when healthcare does change, when reimbursement models do change, Health Partners has some of that ability in-house to make some of those adaptations and adjustments a little bit more efficiently than maybe two separate organizations would, where they have to negotiate contracts with each of the other insurance companies. That's all that I can say about that. I'm not a finance guy, but that's one of the unique things about Health Partners specifically.
As comparing Health Partners, when you're saying that, to which, like, just pick another one, Medica? Is that what you're saying that sets you apart from, say, Medica?
Medica is the insurance plan, but they don't have a clinic or a hospital or any care delivery that delivers the care.
Okay.
They only take payments from their members and pay out to the healthcare providers, which are from separate organizations. And Health Partners pays to other organizations too, but it's the insurance plan and the delivery are part of the same organization. I don't know if that makes a difference at all in, in the Obamacare, whatever happens with that and healthcare changes and stuff, but that's just a unique thing with Health Partners.
Okay, thank you. I think that I don't have any more questions for you. I just wanted to.
When you talked about rates and you said you don't want to be the low player and you don't want to be the high player, you want to be kind of in the middle, you're not really appealing to the individual patient. It's the insurance companies that you have to deal with. Is that correct? I mean, is that how
It's
you
not quite that black and white. So you guys know that about 50% of our business, and I don't know what your payer mix is in the city of Hudson, we don't get to negotiate that payment, right? The government pays us what they're going to pay us, and we don't get to play with that number at all. It's fixed. Contracts with different payers are based, those individual contracts are negotiated one by one. So it'd be too tough, and it's not even legal to negotiate or talk about those contract terms outside of those individual payers. So the range of payment that we get can vary by 25%, depending on the insurance company. So it is based off the charge master, yeah. So the higher your rates go, only a certain percentage of that gets back to the service provider. Jerry mentioned that. I think he's spot on. You can raise it 80%, but you don't ever see 80%. So.
Anybody else? Everybody good? All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
What's next?
Move to adjourn.
Bill?
Sorry.
you want,
I have some comments I'd like to make.
Sure.
I do have concerns, obviously, and it's not a secret. I have concerns about privatizing our St. Croix EMS, or privatizing our ambulance service. Those concerns are based on the unknowns in the future. I was really happy when Bill, Alderman Alms, brought some data on how many departments in the United States were hospital-based EMS versus private EMS. That was very useful, and I thank you for finding that. So I don't think I think we're here considering it because they are hospital-based and not a private EMS department. I think it doesn't take much time at Google to find the private EMS services wrought with corruption and problems. Reports can be twisted to cover their lack of quality in products and services. Their financials can be spun to cover up corporate greed and outright theft. So you can look no further than our privatized federal prison system to find examples of extreme privatization of services like that. I was recently in conversation with an RN who works at Woodwinds in Woodbury, and they recently privatized their dietary services and their janitorial services, and she said, we just can't bounce back. All the people that did stay after we privatized have left. They can't recreate these departments. No one wants to eat in the cafeteria anymore, and the level of cleanliness in the hospital rooms is significantly lower. So once you go private, we have examples all over the place where it's really hard to bring back a publicly funded, or in their case, a self-controlled dietary service. I just don't know that structures aren't going to change, and they may not change right now, but Health Partners is part of a much bigger system. That's a national system, and no one has that crystal ball to the future. I used to work for a hospital. I was in the for-profit divisions of the lab and home health, and so I mean, there are for-profit entities of healthcare, and who's to say that down the road, as our climate changes, that necessarily Health Partners is going to have to respond to changes in the climate, changes at the political level, changes at the national level. And I don't have that crystal ball telling me, what those difficult decisions that are going to be made by that structure that we just discussed. I'm not in any way saying that Lakeview or Health Partners is corrupt. They are not. They are clearly well managed. They're great organizations with talented governance and solid leadership. And for today, it's pretty apparent to me that they would provide us with adequate or even above adequate ambulance service. But what are our assurances of the future? Can any of us with 100% guarantee that their model is going to remain the same for a decade or 2 or 3, given the changing climate of our culture? There are no assurances to that, and there can't be. They couldn't possibly sign that into a contract with us, that we're never going to change. It's impossible. They have to be able to be changing. We just don't know when changes are going to happen. So, therefore, they are now and will continue to be free to completely change the way they handle Lakeview EMS. They could turn it into a profit. They could turn it into a they could turn it into a profit versus nonprofit, depending on, again, if our system changes. Now, like I said, none of us have that crystal ball, but our healthcare system in the U.S. is changing. Some changes are caused by consumer demand and others by Washington. So what happens if and when we go to a single-payer system like so many of our other first world countries have? The UK, Australia, Canada, Taiwan, there's countless others. The millennials are going to take over leadership roles one day. We are not going to be sitting in these chairs. It's not too far into the future. Look how they've already influenced how we're treating global warming. They think differently than we do. They solve problems differently than we do. Things are going to change down the road. It's inevitable. It might not even be that far away. So, what does that mean to Health Partners? I have no idea. But it could lead to a decision to make it a private ambulance service. It might only be the only thing that makes sense. So, will we have a guarantee at the end of the day that their EMS service will always be hospital-based? I think we've all agreed that privatizing is not the way we want to go, and we can't have a guarantee that their department will never be privatized. So we are looking at all wanting a long-term solution, and because there is no crystal ball, I'm still going to say that I'd like to see us supporting our own department, because in the long haul, it's the only way that we can know that we are controlling all of our decisions, and that the corruption that can happen from a private private equity investment company owning, something for our EMS could bring some problems, and historically in the country they have. And it started happening in 2008 with the crash and many communities going to private companies. We've got denial of service. It can be really bad. Just because we have not, as a board, from within the city administration, exercised as a board, or the EMS commission, or the city administration have we been exercising our ability to provide oversight and good governance and strong local control doesn't mean that we can't commit to it into the future. A decision to work with St. Croix EMS will need to come with a commitment for strong leadership from the city administrator, the council, EMS, and the mayor. But it is with that commitment that we can control our future and know for certainty that our EMS department is governed by our own decisions and not on the end of a yo-yo of someone else's corporation that has to answer to the global climate of healthcare changes. So I just think that I'd really like everyone to consider that going forward into the long haul. That yes, there's finances for today, but we got to think about what are things going to look like 10 or 20 years from now, and what situation is going to provide those leaders in those days with the most flexibility to run our city's EMS department for us.
Anybody else? All right, well, there are a few things, I guess, that I'd like to say. We've been down this road for many years now. We've heard a lot. I think what you had to say, Bill, we'll probably come to an end of the journey here. We've learned an awful lot. I think we have pretty much all the data. Probably a few questions that still need to be answered, but sounds like their answers are forthcoming. Maybe some fixes in communications. Everybody's experience apparently is a little bit different, and we heard from people in the audience today saying that people they talk to absolutely want a municipally run EMS service. I've heard some of the council members say that with the people they've talked to. Let me give you my experience. I've talked to over 100 people, probably 120, 130 people. And I would say fewer than a half dozen have said that they want or feel that we need a municipally run EMS service. And I get a chance to go out. I'm asked to go speak at different places to give updates on the city. I'll give you a couple examples. I was over at Woodland Hills about a month ago. They asked me to come and give an update on the city. I was at CCH a couple weeks ago. Same thing, update on the city. I never brought up EMS in either instance, either venue. But obviously when I open it to questions, people want to know about EMS immediately because everything else has been discussed. So here's how I approach this. I ask the folks, what's most important to you about your EMS service? What is the most important thing or things for your EMS service? And right away, it's response time. Everybody says that. Response time is very important. What else? We want a professionally, fully staffed EMS service. And obviously, over the course of the last year or two, there was a lot of misinformation about the contract, saying the contract that was being proposed and discussed, saying that there would only be one ambulance in our service area. So people said 2 ambulances are important. When they say fully staffed, many people would say 2 ambulances. That's important because that's what they know we have and that's what they want. So beyond that, they said that cost to them was very important. Of course, most of these folks are on Medicare or Medicaid, so they're going to pay what they're going to pay. But that came up. Safety was huge. They want to make sure that somebody's going to be to their door when they need them. That's the most important, critical thing, and that has to do with response time. So I would ask those questions, and then I turned to them and said, ask them again, is it important to you, and this is the question that I ask, I think it's a pretty objective question, is it important to you that your EMS service be owned and operated by our municipality? And resoundingly, the answer was no. And I mean they yell it out, no. We just want to make sure somebody is going to be there. That's what we care about. Now, these are senior citizens. Keep in mind, for the most part, and you know, for these 2 facilities, that accounted for about 100 of the people that I talked to. And those facilities are not profits, not for profit.
They're nonprofit facilities, meaning that they're not paying us any property taxes. So these are folks that really don't care if property taxes go up in order to fund municipally owned EMS. They would say, I think you need to raise taxes, you know? They don't care because they're not paying them. But that's not what they wanted. They wanted to make sure that they had a quality service that was well-staffed. So that's been my experience in talking to people. And I've also made a list, and I've listened to everybody here as well as other people that have brought up some of their concerns. And here's why I come down where I do. Number one, we talk response times. I think it's been demonstrated that Lakeview's response times right now, let's just say they're a little bit better, okay? I don't even want to get into that discussion. St. Croix EMS is trending downward. Joyce, you had talked about averages. We'll see what the charts look like, what the graphs look like, and I think that's an important consideration. I think we need to take a look at that. The staffing right now, you've heard that tonight. You heard that our staffing is going to be somewhere between 3 and 4 full-time paramedics, and probably about 8 casual, somewhere in there. Maybe call it 8 to 10. You also heard that they all have second and third jobs. This is not a career for them. I was trying to help by suggesting that perhaps we pay a little bit more to get more people in here, but for whatever reason, that was not a consideration. Of course, if we do pay more, that means that it's going to put out of whack the numbers that came to us tonight from Jerry. Lakeview has 39 paramedics. 27 of them are full-time. The rest are part-time. And you heard tonight also that it is a career for those folks, and about 90% of those people, it is their primary job. I think that that's pretty important. 2 ambulances, we hear that as an issue. We heard that here for how many years have we been talking about EMS now? And it was paramount. It was paramount in that contract that we brought forward 2 years ago, that 2 ambulances covering the area was in that contract. We've always talked about 2 ambulances. We have continuously staffed, or I shouldn't say it, appropriated, budgeted for 2 ambulances. And all of a sudden in the last month, there's an epiphany that I guess we can get by with 1.5 because that's what we've gotten by with for the last year. Even though we have budgeted for 2, the expectation was 2. And as I said before, in conversations that we've had, we've continually heard, well, 6 months from now when we're fully staffed, a year from now when we're fully staffed. Fully staffed meant 2 ambulances. Now it's a little bit different. I think the people out there still want 2 ambulances. The charges per run, we've got the data. I guess we just need to run the numbers, the math, do the multiplication on what just came in from Jerry today. I think overall, and especially into the future with the 8% increases that have been forecast, that the cost per run, the rate per run will be less in almost every case. Now, you couple that with the fact that Lakeview has a tremendous poverty program. I call it a charity program, whatever. A tremendous program that provides a safety net for our folks. And I think that's just absolutely critical. And they've put in, it sounds like, almost $400,000 in the past year into that program. And our people can benefit from that. Anybody that's not covered by private insurance, anybody that's not covered by Medicare, Medicaid, that falls between the cracks right now with our service is going to be covered to some extent, if not completely, with the safety net that is provided by Lakeview. I really think that is such a compelling argument, if no other. That is just one fantastic reason to be taking a look at Lakeview because of the protection that they provide our people here. Liability came up. We don't know what our liability is right now. we could easily be sued by somebody, and we are responsible for that. And who's responsible? Taxpayers are responsible. And once again, we're going to have to turn to them. If we have a lawsuit that costs us a lot of money, and if it goes beyond anything that we might be insured for, we have a huge responsibility there. We get a transfer of risk, a transfer of that liability to a completely different organization, and a healthcare organization at that. I think that's so important. I think that's another critical piece here. Again, go to the cost. We're talking about putting over $500,000, $600,000 to $700,000 into a brand new facility. One that you heard tonight is going to be built to house the EMS service for Lakeview currently, and would house it, if we were to go with Lakeview, that house the additional ambulance. And I think, as I've heard, I think I heard this in the past, that not only would it house 2 ambulances, but it's being built, constructed to be able to accommodate more ambulances in the future. Is that correct? 4 ambulances? So we've got a partner here right now that's looking deep into the long-term ramifications of our decision and the long-term stability of their own program, to the extent that they're investing one tremendous amount of money into our community. Local control, it is what it is. People call it different things, have different ideas of what it is. One thing I do, Josh, I want to apologize to you because I wasn't pointing the finger at you tonight. And well, I wasn't pointing the finger at you. And I don't know if there's any damage because it wasn't you that I was talking about. I was, in fact, talking about all of us up here. And so I'm not sure what local control means to people, but what we have right now, in my opinion, is not local control. And I don't know what we need to do to be able to bring that back, to be able to say that we do have absolute control over our service and everything that happens in it. And I heard some ideas here tonight, but I think I also heard people saying it's going to take quite a while for this to happen. All of our partners, every single one of our partners has refused to renew their contract with us. What does that say? Not only that, but one of them demanded that they be let out of the contract, and for liability purposes, potential liability purposes, we let them out. We have another one that is also asking to be let out right away. And our third partner was also one that did not renew their contract. We have a real uncertain future here for our St. Croix EMS. Do I think we have bad people? No, I don't. And I keep saying this. I've said this all along. I think we have quality professionals. I think they do a great job. Are they under strain? Absolutely. Some of it have to do with the discussions that we're having here right now? Yeah, probably. But as you've heard, our staffing problems have gone back more than 10 years before any of these discussions. St. Joe, by the way, used to be covered by St. Croix EMS, at least half the community, and they left us back in the 90s. And they haven't looked back. I've talked with them out there, I've talked with Somerset, and they enjoy the service that they're getting, and they don't have anything bad to say about Lakeview. And in fact, I think both Somerset and Lakeview used to be the 50-50, 50% St. Croix EMS. No, Somerset wasn't, but St. Joe was 50% St. Croix EMS, 50% I think maybe New Richmond or Baldwin for them, and then Somerset was 50% Lakeview and 50% another one of the services. Both of them said, we like Lakeview better and we're going with them back in the 90s. You know what? I know this hasn't been easy, and I know this is not an easy decision. This is about safety right now. This is about protecting the future of the folks that are watching us tonight. The eyes are on this group tonight and will be for the next couple meetings. And they're anxious about what we're going to do. We're all weary. Everybody's weary. We've been through this. I know you're weary about listening to me talking right now. That's what you were laughing about. And I get that, all right? We're weary. We've been through this for a long time. Our EMS staff, our St. Croix EMS staff is weary. There's no doubt about that. Our city staff is weary. But you know who's really weary and really anxious right now? Are the folks out there in the city and in our surrounding communities. They're weary of this as well, and they want a decision made. And they say that this has gone on too long. We need to make a decision. And as I said, they're watching. They're watching to see what we're going to do. I think right now, the best thing, right now, at this moment, not in the future, not 10 years down the road or 20 years down the road, what's best right now for our community is if we select Lakeview. And I truly mean that, and I mean that for the safety of our citizens and for their, not just for their well-being, but also for their peace of mind. I think we need to do that. I would like to add one more thing, and this has to do with, I think, is a very fair, legitimate concern, talking about what happens in the future if Lakeview were to go away for some reason. What if we were to take some of the money that we are currently using for EMS, put that aside in an escrow account, take a third of it, put it in an escrow account every year, so that in the event something happens, we have a bank account where we can go back out, buy new equipment, start up a new program, and we'd be ready to go. It's just a thought, but I think it's something that may assuage some of the concerns that you have about the future and about the continued viability of Lakeview in the event that we go down that road. That's what I have to say, probably more when we get down to the next council meeting, but sorry for taking so much time, and I really appreciate everybody here on the council and all the time and energy that you put into this, our partners for the time and energy that you have put into this, and to all of you that are St. Croix EMS staff, again, a lot of time, energy, and effort. The folks from Lakeview, same thing. Rebecca and Jerry and the consulting staff. It's a long process, but we all know a heck of a lot more today than we did 6 months ago, a year ago, 2 years ago. And hopefully we'll come up to a good conclusion on this. So that's all I have to say tonight. Anybody else?
Just a question, not about, I wasn't laughing at you either.
No.
I was laughing with you because we're all weary. So just to clarify, this will be the last, am I right, this is the last ad hoc meeting? And
Well, it depends upon Bill's tabled motion that I presume will come back off the table in a moment. Stan?
Well, I'd just like to say that I have also talked to a lot of the residents in the village, and just any place I see them and the EMS thing, I have heard that, you know, like Rich has heard, I've had a lot more people say, we want affordable, quality health care, you know, and you know, for a reasonable amount of money. And for Lakeview, you know, with Lakeview, and I think they've done an outstanding job of presenting the materials that, you know, all the questions that have been asked. I've been reading, or I got data on that I've had for 6-8 months, you know, that they provided without really asking. So, you know, it's just the way they operate. And so you know, I think the citizens deserve a decision. I mean, we were supposed to have a decision to the village, whether you're going to let us out early or not. That was supposed to happen by the end of the quarter. And I know that can't because we won't have a council meeting until the 8th or something like that, I think. So, yeah, so we're in a contract for 4 years. That's what we're in for right now. It's up to the city council to determine whether we're in and out, where we're at. So hope that they'll make the decision that you know, that we can live with, and we can move on from here. We should be moving forward, not going backwards.
Suzanne, do you have anything to add? Just out of curiosity.
No, I don't. You know, we we have a town board meeting on April 11th, and this will probably be on the agenda before our board to give a recommendation. That's all I can say. You know, I'm representing the town, not myself here.
Do you have a motion?
I will, sorry. I do have a question for the partners because I know there's history there between the partners and in the EMS commission, the process that we undertook the last time. If the City Council of Hudson, would you, I know you're not speaking for your entire boards, but would you feel comfortable if we make the decision in our April 8th meeting to this issue?
Well, I'm hoping that you'll make a decision on April 8th. I'm comfortable with that, because like I said, I don't expect a special meeting. When we, in December, when we talked about end of first quarter,
Yep.
I'm sure we weren't thinking about what time the meetings were being, you know, what days they were or whatever. It was just give us a quarter, you know, the ad hoc committee should come up with an answer by then, and then we'll decide from there. So, yeah, no, I mean, I've said all along, I mean, we're in St. Croix EMS until, you know, the council determines whether we're out or not. Our board has voted, you know, to end the 5-year rolling, and then we just went, and we gave an opportunity for, you know, if St. Croix EMS was fully staffed, we've got issues there with the, you know, if it's 60% or whatever. We've got, you know, I mean, it is a concern for a lot of citizens. Are they going to be able to respond? So.
And you feel comfortable as well, Town of Troy? I realize that you're not having a meeting about this until the 11th.
Well, I can't say, you know, when we started, you were going to ask the partners their recommendation, and we can't give you that unless we have a meeting before the 8th.
Okay.
Our meeting is on the 11th.
Okay.
So that'd be up to our chair if he wants to.
But you could potentially put something together ahead of, I mean, if we were to make a decision in City Council.
He may possibly call a special meeting on this.
Okay. Well, I would like to make the motion that this be our last ad hoc committee. I've asked all the questions and gotten all the information that I need to make a decision. I believe that, again, to my statements, you know, as I'm looking at this, what I want and what can fit, I think there's too long, I mean, it's not a short road with either option, but could both options work? I think so. So I would like to move that we take both options to City Council, deliberate, have a discussion, possible action for the April 8th Common Council meeting.
All you have to do is take the motion off the table.
Oh, dang it. I didn't read those Roberts rules, I'm
Randy.
sorry.
You were the one that seconded it.
Yeah, I'll second.
All right. Any discussion?
Which, when you say both options, Lakeview, and which of the St. Croix EMS options you talking about?
Good question. It would be the 2 ambulance option. The one, so that would be the previous option.
Option F?
It's not option F. F is 1.5, which.
Right.
I don't know if Jerry is still here. 1.5 is option F, but that's, right. So what's the 2 ambulance option?
C, no, C is A and B, isn't it?
80%, right?
It's the 80% increase to the end user, $17 per capita.
Why would we want to eliminate one of their proposals on the table before we talk about it?
You mean the F?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I got the sense when I asked the committee 2 ambulances that everybody wanted that. So you're right. I didn't ask for everybody's input maybe, but.
I mean, if you're going to take them both, I would just take them both, and the motions they'll come up at the next meeting, so. I wouldn't eliminate anything now. I would just say, let's look at all the proposals at the next meeting.
I'm more comfortable with that as well.
Friendly amendment.
So you're comfortable, I just want to clarify, you're comfortable looking at 1.5 ambulance coverage for the city of Hudson?
I'm not telling you what I'm going to vote on. What I'm saying is, I think we need to be fair to both services. If we're going to delay this till the 8th, then everything should be on the table on the 8th. That was on the table right now.
I concur with that.
I guess I'll amend the motion. I mean, okay.
Okay, so the motion then is?
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I just need
We're
to
not sure
understand
yet,
what the
then.
motion is.
We don't know yet.
Okay.
Well,
Motion to look
Is-
at, go ahead.
the, both,
So
any,
Lakeview,
any way forward with St. Croix EMS and the contract negotiations with Lakeview.
okay, so,
Any way that was proposed by St. Croix EMS.
Correct.
Any of their, within their proposal, A through F.
All A through F? Is that what you're saying?
Are you saying A through F, or are you talking
Just
about
Sure,
anyway?
just to make it simple, but we
Oh,
already.
yeah, that makes it simple.
or are you
Simple
saying
put it
B,
right.
which is the 80%, and F, which is the most recent?
That's kind of where I was heading.
Okay, so B and F
But
of St. Croix
how do you feel
EMS.
about that, Paul?
I would just simply do what I would just simply leave the door open, let people think. People are going to come with their motions next meeting, so I wouldn't worry about, if people
Yeah.
are against whatever letter or proposal, they're just going to vote against it at that point if it comes up. So
Okay,
I don't
yeah.
think we need to constrain anything right now.
I think we need to digest the information that Bill has given us.
I'm sorry.
And so we need to, I don't think it's time.
Joyce, I can't hear you.
Oh, I don't think it's a good idea to narrow things down because we need time to digest the information that Bill has given us of what he thinks is important.
So the motion is to make this the last ad hoc committee.
Correct.
Correct. And then on April 8th, the decision will be made on the St. Croix EMS proposals and the Lakeview proposal. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
That's fine. I just, like I said, I don't want
Are you still okay with that, Randy?
I ain't said yes yet. Yes.
Playing hard to get again.
All right, so we got a motion and a second. Everybody understand what it is? Everybody understand what we're voting on? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's approved. We stand adjourned, and once again, thank you, everybody, for...
We don't need a motion
We
to.
didn't have a motion
Technically,
to-
do not need a motion to adjourn technically, but
Good.
you can if you want.
I'll move to adjourn.
I second.
All right.
A third.
Aye.
Otherwise, I'll
Aye.
be here till
Fine.